Hi, this is Barb. I can't tell. Which board members do you have there in person, President?
We have Trustee Dively. We have our Vice Chair, Joyce Madigan. And we have our student trustee, Michael Perry.
Okay, then it looks like we're just waiting for Marty, I think. So we'll give it a couple minutes. And I think Marty's joining. Okay, I think we've got everybody, and I've got that it's 8 a.m. So I think we'll go ahead and get started with committee meetings. I want to welcome everybody to our first meeting in 2021. I was thinking this morning, it was a year ago, the January meeting, when we were all back on campus. So hard to believe that it's been a year since we've been able to get all the board members back to campus because of COVID, but certainly want to thank the president and all of his staff for a successful fall semester. It actually, given COVID, went better than I ever would have expected. So now we have very high expectations for a smooth spring semester. So I'm sure that's what we'll have. So we've got a lot to cover this morning, so we'll get started with committee meetings. I did just want to let people know I've got an outside conflict at 10:30. I'll be gone for about 30 minutes, but I'm going to have to go from Zoom to phone to my outside meeting, back to phone, back to Zoom. So for any time that I'm off of Zoom, my very able vice chair, Joyce, is going to step in and run the committee meetings. So just wanted you to know I'm going to be kind of juggling a few things this morning, but I'll definitely be back in time for afternoon board meetings. So with that, I think we'll get started with Executive and Planning Committee, President Glassman. And it's nice to see you, Katie. I haven't seen you for a while. President, you might want to give everybody a little background on Katie or have her introduce herself, because I don't think she's been with us since some of the board members have been on the board. So I'll turn it over to President and Katie.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Bauer. And welcome to our trustees for our Board of Trustee meeting. And as Chair Bauer mentioned, this is our first meeting of 2021. In many ways, we're glad to be in a new year, and it's a year of optimism that we'll be able to hopefully get through this pandemic and look forward to be all on campus in the fall, and that would include our students and everybody else for in-person classes. As we generally start out our executive planning meeting, we talk about what's taking place in Springfield and our government relations there. And there certainly has been a lot of activity that's taken place since our last meeting, including the lame duck session, which is usually one in which there's not much activity that takes place, but this year was a very great exception to that. And we have somebody who is our representative from EIU. Her name is Katie Anselment. She is our government liaison, and she is a phenomenal administrator for us and partner, collaborator with the President's Council. And her main job is to locate in Springfield, to navigate through the legislative issues that are taking place, informing the President and the President's Council about various bills that are taking place. She advocates for us. She is the one that makes sure that, excuse me, that I'm allowed to see the people that I need to see while I'm in Springfield. And we're just very, very proud and happy that Katie's been with us, working in Springfield for, she'll tell us the number of years. I know she's been working there ever since she graduated from EIU. She's an EIU alum. She was our student government president. Yes, I think she was. Yeah. As was her husband, Katie's husband. So I'm going to turn it over to Katie, and what I asked her to do today is for our trustees who have not met Katie to hear a little bit about her role and her activities and how she spends her time in Springfield working for us as a liaison between the General Assembly, the Governor's Office, and EIU, and also some of the current bills that have come up and how they affect EIU. And maybe she'll answer questions about what she expects to take place in the upcoming session. So Katie, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, President Glassman. Can you all hear me okay?
Perfect.
Great. Yes, so thanks for the introduction. I did graduate from Eastern in 2002, and I was the student body president, and I came straight to Springfield to participate in the Illinois Legislative Staff Internship Program, which is operated through the University of Illinois in Springfield. And while I was here as an intern working on House of Representatives legislative staff, a mutual friend introduced me to my now husband, who was also an EIU alum and also a former student body president. He's 5 years ahead of me. So we didn't meet at Eastern, but we were introduced because of our Eastern connection. Now we have 4 daughters and life is good. I stayed on House Democratic staff for 5 years. I worked under Speaker Madigan. I handled education and higher education, appropriations, and substantive, meaning non-appropriations policy. And then I spent 4 to 5 years as a contract lobbyist with mainly corporate clients, Altria, Philip Morris, Peabody Coal, various insurance entities, some pharmaceutical companies, and video poker, which was legalized while I was on the team that got it legalized. It was very different than the policy I was used to, and it was very different from what I'm doing now with Eastern, but it was a very good experience as well. So I've been with Eastern in this role since July of 2012, and I'm now starting my 19th legislative session with the Illinois General Assembly in terms of legislative affairs, which is very weird to me because I'm only 40. Spent half my life doing this. Anyway, the last couple weeks sort of felt like half my life. The lame duck session was very long and exciting. There's a big change with Speaker Madigan being out and a new speaker for the Illinois House of Representatives. And so there are a lot of unknowns, but there will probably be a lot of the same as well, to be fair. To give you an idea of what I do when we're not in COVID, I work from my home in Springfield. I'm based in Springfield as an employee, but during session, I'm in the Capitol every day. So basically the Capitol is my office during session. So during normal non-COVID times, during the legislative session, which is January through the very end of May, and then several weeks in the fall as well, I'm just in the Capitol every day. Typically, certainly if there's a higher ed committee meeting, and there are 4 higher ed related committees usually that would involve us. There's the House Higher Ed Committee, the Senate Higher Ed Committee. They handle the substantive bills that change policies. And then there is an appropriations higher ed committee or something like that in the Senate and the House as well. So those hearings, anytime they occur, I would definitely be at. And then sometimes we're touched by subject matter or bills that go through other committees. For example, things that affect employment law or pensions, we might have issues or concerns with. Sometimes things will go through, say, like Veterans Affairs that would increase scholarship money that we would need to waive for veterans. So basically, I know I have to be at all the higher ed stuff, but just to explain that often I have to be in other hearings as well, because as a small community, our campus, lots of things end up touching us or impacting our operations. There are usually 4,000 to 5,000 bills filed in each General Assembly, each 2-year General Assembly. We've just started a new one and the bills are pouring in already. I would say typically about 100 to 200 of those bills are things that would impact our operations. So that would be the bill file I would be tracking for that spring. And usually only a handful of bills are of significant concern or impact. Examples of bills that have been very significant potentially to us have been the AIM High legislation, you guys, I think, are all probably familiar with the Aim High program. That was a big deal for us, and we have really appreciated it. And we continue to work with our partners in the legislature to make sure that that's accomplishing the goals they wanted and helping us as well. It's a win-win. We spend more time on defense than offense, though, I would say. We typically, and this is specific to Eastern, some of the larger institutions have, a whole agenda of things they're asking for. We basically just need a solid budget and for them to let us do what we do well. So often I'm trying to help remedy or slow down bills that are going to make things more complicated for us or more difficult for us to keep doing the good work that we do. There have been, to that point, there have been a lot of efforts to allow community colleges to start offering bachelor's degrees. Those are usually huge battles because, every legislator has a community college district in their district, but only, 12 have a public university campus. So those are always difficult battles. I'm trying to think what else would be major. The budget is always the biggest thing, as you can imagine. And I was in this role during the budget impasse with President Glassman. His first day was, the first day of the budget impasse. So I had to reach out to my new boss and tell him we had no budget. It was interesting, but probably much worse for him than me. I'm trying to think. So the lame duck session, just to give you a flavor for it, that just finished in Springfield. The Legislative Black Caucus had many initiatives that they were pushing, and they were well positioned to accomplish most of it. They had what they called 4 pillar bills, and 3 of the 4 they were able to pass. There was a criminal justice reform bill. There was an education omnibus bill, which just means that it had a whole bunch of different education-related things in it, both higher ed and K-12. There was, what am I missing? The healthcare bill is the one that did not get passed. Oh, a procurement bill. The procurement bill, Sean and Paul are much better positioned to talk about it than I am, but I do think it's going to be a challenge for us, but it was a train that was moving very quickly. And the education bill is actually, we have no concerns with. It's I'd say more heavily focused on K-12 than higher ed. But one good thing it did is it actually gave us more flexibility in the Aim High program on how much we have to match each dollar for. So whereas right now, if we get $1 from the state for an Aim High scholarship, we have to match it with $1. We actually will have more flexibility, perhaps 80 cents on the dollar. Or, we have more flexibility than that even, but we have a range now where we can determine what sort of match would be most appropriate and most would produce the highest yield. I'm sure Josh can get into that if he wants to. What else? They also want us in that education omnibus bill to start making efforts to provide more equity in terms of remedial, the lingo changes from time to time. Remedial or developmental education. There's some concern that students of color are more often placed in remedial coursework, which then lengthens their time to degree and increases their overall costs. There are numbers behind this. It's a real thing. So, and this is not specific to Eastern. This is just an overall issue that the Black Caucus was trying to get at. And so, there are some efforts in the bill to try to start getting a better handle on how we can fix that, how we can make that not be the case. The criminal justice reform bill, you probably heard a lot about, especially if you're on social media, but the big piece that everybody was so concerned about, the qualified immunity, did not end up getting changed. So, meaning the status quo on police officers having qualified immunity. I'm told by our campus folks that the body camera requirements and whatnot should not be a significant issue since we already have that equipment, and there will be some increased training required. That's a very short overview. And then, the election of a new speaker was what hung over all of this. But yeah, the Black Caucus was very successful with their initiatives. Now we have Speaker Welch, a member of the Black Caucus. He is actually a former higher ed chairman as well, so he's very familiar with all of us legislative liaisons from the universities. So that'll be good to have someone who knows us by name in the speaker's office. I guess I would just add that as a point of context for those of you who I haven't worked with much. Much like the presidents have a weekly call of all the public universities, the university liaisons all have a weekly call or Zoom as well. When we're not in COVID, we would get together actually in Southern and U of I each have office spaces near the Capitol, so we would actually get together weekly. But we have a very good working relationship together, and between all of us, there's someone who came from the House Democrats, the House Republicans, the Senate Democrats, the Senate Republicans, people who've worked for the governor's office. So between all of us, we have very strong contacts as a group, which is really nice. And people are typically very willing to share intel. And we sometimes, if there's a bill we're trying to kill, basically, working a roll call is where you take the list of all the legislators and you actually divide up who's going to go talk to each person, so that you know that the entire General Assembly has been touched by one of us. And it sure is nice to have a whole team to work with in that, instead of me having to go talk to 118 House members and 59 senators. So that is also something nice about what I do and about how the universities and the state work together. So I'm trying to think if I've missed anything. I mean, hopefully that gives you a flavor. It's been very strange with COVID. I know it has for everybody, but the General Assembly is gathering in person, but no one outside of them and a few staffers are allowed in the building, a few media people. So it's very strange. We're trying to basically advocate by text and phone call, and they can't even take a phone call if they're the one talking on the floor. So you're texting someone saying, no, that's not right. That's not what the bill says, and you're hoping they see your text. It's very strange, but we're getting better at it. As a team with the group of liaisons, we are working together, and we're starting to plan some. We would typically have like a higher ed reception where we would invite all of the members who might be dealing with higher ed to come and just kind of mingle, sort of to build goodwill and social relationships with them. And so now we're going to try to do some Zoom things, and we're looking at having some maybe virtual advocacy involving students and legislators, if we can get that going, where we would have students from different legislators' districts actually set up a Zoom with them, and then I could be on and we could kind of tell them how things are going at Eastern and how Eastern should matter to them, even if they aren't the legislator representing Eastern, because they have constituents who attend at Eastern. So anyway, that's sort of a flavor for what all I do. I'm happy to answer questions.
Katie, this is Barb. First of all, you do a wonderful job. Whenever I've been involved in anything with Springfield, I really have appreciated your help in prepping and being able to get in to see people, contacts, etc. I guess one question is, what's kind of the view in Springfield of Eastern? What do you pick up? How do they look at us? I think Eastern is viewed favorably. I think there was some nervousness during the budget impasse, but I do think that the General Assembly members are, the ones who were there during that time are aware that we have certainly come out of any concerns they had there in terms of enrollment, and they are, I would say, the thing that I think we're known for is for sort of solid outcomes and for being an institution that is not spendy. They know we're not going to come ask for massive increases. They know that we're not the ones going out and buying, new furniture for all the administrators' offices every year. I think they know that we only ask for what we need and that we do a very good job with what funds they do give us. And I think I always feel like our institution is respected. The challenge, I would say, in terms of reputation would be just that
the General Assembly, particularly the House, turns over so often and so much. So there's always the challenge of trying to introduce ourselves to the new legislators, particularly if they're not from our region. Because, well, the University of Illinois being the flagship, everyone feels like they have some claim to that institution, it being our flagship. But outside of our region, if they don't have any familiarity with Eastern, I don't have any reason to think they have a bad impression, but I just don't, it's hard to make an impact or give them a flavor for us, especially during this sort of setting.
Thanks, Katie. Are there other questions for Katie?
I should add, Barb reminded me that, I got to accompany her to a hearing in Chicago. And so sometimes, I don't remember, I think that's the only time I've had the General Assembly ask me to have a board member come speak at a hearing. But yes, if any of you ever have any need to be in the Capitol or, well, again, in different times, but I'm happy to help facilitate. And sometimes I have been a conduit for board members or our administration with the governor's office, who's actually been pretty decent to work with, the governor's office. We've got a pretty good, at least, line of communication in the deputy governor right now.
Any other questions for Katie? Okay, President, I'll turn it back to you then.
Thank you. And thank you, Katie. You do a tremendous job for us, and we're very, very happy with everything that you've done. You mentioned about the impasse, and you were a major partner in helping me to navigate through the impasse. We, as everybody knows, are doing extremely well, and our momentum is going absolutely in the right direction. And Katie, you deserve a piece of that credit, along with everybody at EIU and our board at that time. Our next topic that we have on our agenda is talking generally about COVID-19 and our response, somewhat of an update, and of course there is some new information that we can provide. As you mentioned, Chair Bauer, that during the fall semester, we believe here at EIU that it was very successful, and our response was appropriate, it was strategic, it was mindful, and followed the scientific evidence that was out there relative to the transmission of the virus. You've heard many, many times the different initiatives that we put into place, the policies and protocols, and I couldn't be more proud of how the entire university responded. And that pride also goes for our students. Our students very, very much followed the rules and greatly demonstrated their maturity and their collaboration and cooperation with keeping our campus safe. So a lot of my pride goes out to our students. These same policies and practices are still in place for the spring semester. The modalities that you'll hear about, the teaching modalities that we're utilizing, Jay will talk about a little bit later, but they resemble last semester. Our cleaning and our regiments that we're doing also resemble as we did last semester. Even though we see optimism of a vaccine coming forward, we know that we have to stay vigilant, and we have to continue to keep this campus safe for our employees as well as our students. We have made an alteration in our testing, and I'm going to have Vice President of Student Affairs, Dr. Flaherty, speak to that, what our new testing regimen is. And then we have some information about vaccination from a preliminary standpoint, and I'll have her share that as well. Dr. Flaherty has been our contact person for coordinating and arranging our testing that we've had on campus last semester and this semester. Again, as I mentioned, we're making some changes this semester to increase the amount of testing and the frequency of testing that's taking place. As I said, she's best poised to answer any questions that the trustees may have relative to our spring response to COVID-19. So Dr. Flaherty, would you like to talk a little bit about the testing that we actually have transitioned to as of this week?
This week, yeah. Very good. Thank you, President Glassman. Just to recap, in the fall, we did our testing through Illinois Department of Public Health. We're grateful for them. They came in and we had them here on site about at least once a month, in some cases twice, to come in and test our students as well as be accessible to the community. Starting this past Tuesday, we officially kicked off our first week of testing with Shield, Illinois. It's a different type of test. It's not a nasal swab, it's a saliva-based test. So we are each week randomly sampling 500 individuals. Our goal is to randomly sample 400 students each week and 100 employees to come in. We are set up over in the Student Rec Center on one of the courts, and we will be doing this every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday throughout the spring semester. Collections are done, and then they are transported in partnership with Shield to the lab in Decatur. And this past week has been a good indicator. We've gotten our results back within 24 hours, which is really encouraging. So we are off to a good start. We've been excited to have Shield start. We've been waiting a bit, but we are up and going, and it seems to be going smoothly for week one. We are continuing to come up with creative ways to incentivize folks to come get tested. I think there is a bit of testing fatigue. I do think folks are anticipating the vaccine coming and are kind of thinking about vaccine versus testing, but our goal is to keep getting 500 to our testing site each week. I'd be happy
Thank you.
to answer
And
any
again,
more.
this is the saliva test that was developed by the University of Illinois. We've talked about incorporating that. We had hoped that we could incorporate it earlier in last semester, but there were certain technical issues with the University of Illinois getting the appropriate abilities to extend their testing to EIU and to other public universities in Illinois, and that has now been resolved, and so we're up and running. I want to make sure that the trustees also understand that if anybody is symptomatic of COVID-19, our students immediately are requested or told, or they go on their own over to our medical center for a test and are tested. So this is really for asymptomatic people, randomly selected, just to see what is the positivity rate that we have on our campus. What is the load, essentially, the viral load that we have here. We also know who the people are and where they're coming from. That is, are they individuals living in residence halls or whatever? That can also help us target areas that we need to go in and make sure that we are quarantining correctly. I was notified that Coles County was rated in the top 10 counties for Illinois for contact tracing. And we're very proud of that in Coles County. And a portion of that, a part of that, is from the EIU effort, where we have 14 or 15 contact tracers that are working just for EIU alone and making sure when a positive test comes in, individuals are notified, they're isolated, they are traced as to who they have been in contact with, and those individuals immediately move into quarantine. That has been a part of the success on our campus and a part of the success in our community and our county. I'm very, very, very proud of that as well. So we will continue to test. Obviously, if a employee demonstrates any type of symptom for COVID-19, we encourage them to immediately contact their physician and then go get tested as well. And we have a number of procedures that we have and implemented on campus in order to make sure that individuals are isolated or quarantined as the case needs to be. We are tracking it, and we're doing everything possible to keep our university safe and healthy. So very, very proud of all of that taking place. Again, our students just have been incredible. They have been following our masking and social distancing. Those that have gone into isolation, we take them to the isolation spaces that we have on campus. They're contacted every day to see how they're doing, and the relationship and interrelationships have been very positive. But of course, as we mentioned before, everybody is interested in vaccinations. You know, when will they be able to be vaccinated? Where will they be able to be vaccinated, and so on. In the state of Illinois, and it's slightly different in different states, there are different phases or tiers of who gets tested at which time. In Illinois, we are in the Phase 1A and just finishing that up. And Phase 1A is dealing with our medical first responders being vaccinated first. Then as we move down into Phase 1B, which is starting to take place right now. And Phase 1B is for individuals that are over 65 years of age and individuals that are frontline workers, and this would include people who are working in grocery stores, people who are working in pharmacies, and things of that nature, people who are working in transportation. That's what's taking place right now. People who are living in community living spaces such as nursing homes, prisons, and so on. There's more to that, but that's the general element of it. But there's one other group that's been included in that, and that has been teachers, educators. But unfortunately, at least as it stands right now, it is only for K through 12 teachers that are in the Tier 1B, the Phase 1B. And as presidents of the 12 public universities, presidents and chancellors, we are trying to advocate that our faculty at the universities and colleges should also be included in this group. And we have essentially made that request. It has not, there has not been any change at this time, but we certainly hope, because our faculty, we do have many of them that are still teaching in person, and we hope that perhaps that they could be included in that group. But that's where we are in vaccinations across the state of Illinois. We have been approached and asked if we would be willing to be a vaccination station or locality if it would be necessary. And we have indicated our full willingness for EIU to participate as a vaccination location. And that would be perhaps for our students and the rest of our EIU community, and perhaps beyond that to our local community. If that's what the health department would like us to do, we want to be a full partner in that endeavor and make sure that EIU is a central player in helping our community, our university, and our region get this vaccination in a timely and safe manner. Dr. Flaherty, did you have anything else to add on vaccinations? Do you have any more information?
I will share that we have been asked to join to put the paperwork in to be part of the iCare system within the state of Illinois. So even beyond the pandemic, that will benefit us because any individual who has received immunizations throughout the state as a child will have their access to their records. So that'll be an added benefit for us post-pandemic, and we'll be able to secure vaccines through iCare in the future. Prior to the pandemic, our medical health team had a group put together called the Pandemic Point of Dispersion Plan Protocol. So we're fortunate that it will help us as we do move toward the vaccine rollout and have a location identified and plan for that. when the time comes. So to date, any of folks in our medical clinic that wanted to be vaccinated have had the opportunity, as well as individuals who have volunteered to drive our COVID positive or students who need to go into quarantine on campus to their location. So a small population of our staff and employees have been vaccinated.
Thank you. Do the trustees have questions about anything related to our COVID-19 response, our
I
testing?
think
protocol?
Audrey does.
Yes. When you said the vaccinations would be available to people living in community living spaces, does that include college dorms?
Unfortunately, it does not. But
And
an
my other
excellent question.
Yeah, okay. My other question is, you said the campus response to COVID is similar to fall. Is it different in any particular way?
I don't believe so. We made some changes during the course of the fall semester to tweak things to get it to where we felt we had extra need or extra concern. And by the end of fall semester, we were feeling very, very good about our mitigation strategies.
I had a question about, so you mentioned that the first week of shield testing had already passed, and I just wanted to get an idea of what the positivity rate of those tests was, if you have that information.
Is my understanding we only had one positive.
Oh, wow.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And of course, EIU from the very beginning has been very transparent about the number of individuals who have been tested positive. We have a dashboard that we update every week, and on that dashboard, it's open to the public. They can see how many individuals became infected or tested positive that week. And then we have a accumulation, so you can see all the way back to our first case, which was, I think, back in July of 2020, how many infections that we've had in our employees as well as in our students. So, been very open and very transparent about that.
What is the Coles County positivity rate at this point? Do you know?
I don't know, although Coles, or Region 6, and I think it's a little under 8% now. I looked at it over this week, and I think it was about, I could be wrong, but 6.5 comes to mind. We have about 2 people checking it right now as I speak, so if I just talk slowly, we may be able to get that for you. But Region 6, of which Coles County is a part of, has just moved from, remember we were at Tier 3 of mitigation, we went back to just Phase 4 without any type of mitigating a level beyond that. And so we have been, our metrics in Coles County have been quite good over the last few weeks. And now that's going to allow Charleston to have some indoor dining. Charleston will be able to have some indoor activities, groups of up to 50 people, rather than in Tier 3, we had just 10 people that could be together in a space. Ann, do you have that information?
Yes, actually, Laura got it pulled up here quicker than I did. But as of January 18th, the 7th-day rolling average positivity rate for Coles County is actually 4.4%.
4.4%.
Mm-hmm.
That's very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll go down to our next agenda item. This is a standard agenda item that we have because enrollment management never ends. There's continued work in the recruitment cycle of students and the retention of students. And Josh Norman is available to us. He's remote today because he's working on other things as well in enrollment management. And so, Josh, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Well, we can see you, and let's give you an opportunity to provide your enrollment management update as to where we are right now and how it's looking for. We're big and heavy into the fall 2021 recruitment cycle.
Thank you so much, President Glassman. I really appreciate it. I'll just start off with, where we're at for spring 2021. 10th day is Tuesday. The MLK holiday, extending that 2 weeks, those 10 days census day. Now, a month ago, I was extremely concerned about our enrollment. I remember waking up out of bed in the morning and thinking, we've got to do something. I'm so thankful for the collaborative effort of the President's Council, the Office of Inclusion and Academic Engagement, Central Advising. We closed what was a double-digit percentage gap in enrollment in less than 2 weeks. And so just fantastic work from a retention standpoint, new communications, new feedback channels. We identified resources for financial assistance. We just knew that this cycle was going to be difficult. It was literally keeping me up at night, thinking about our students and their success. And so I'm really happy to report that 10th day report that will come out, and Josh and I will be working on it this week, and when final numbers come out next week, will be very positive. An increase again, spring to spring in our total head count, that will be significant. And so really happy about that. I could not be happier with where we landed with retention rates in the midst of a pandemic. Just really appreciate the team at EIU and everyone who pitched in to make sure that our students were served well for that spring to fall retention. Sorry, for fall to spring retention. And then as far as fall 2021 goes, we continue to be down on applications across just about every population, but I'm not concerned because of the fact that we are dealing with a smaller, more intentional application pool because of the pandemic. Our admits continue to be either flat or up for every population, and we continue to see growth in our freshman honors population that we've seen over the last couple of years with a 14% increase in deposit. I think Dean England is scrambling to find faculty members and staff to interview our presidential scholar candidates that are coming up in February. I signed up for Saturday. I love that event. I love that opportunity to talk to some of the brightest students in the state of Illinois and across the country who are interested in EIU. Just a fantastic opportunity. So it's great to see those numbers grow. I feel good about where we're at for fall 2021 right now. I wish the applications were up, but the fact that the admits are up, those are the students who right now we're talking about their college decision and coming to EIU and what an incredible value it is and the experience we have to offer those students. So excited about spring 21, excited about fall 21. Things are good. Just some other small updates I want you to be aware of. We continue to work through the strategic enrollment plan for this enrollment cycle. We're currently at 94% in progress or complete on the 66 action plans. One particular action plan that I'm really excited about that I hope to get to in the fall, and it hasn't happened until the spring, is this past week we launched a enrollment management leadership and environmental assessment survey. And that survey talks about our leadership and our growth and attributes that our staff want to see in our leaders. And I just know if we invest in our leaders, everyone in the organization benefits. And so I'm so excited to get that assessment back. Over 80% of the individuals in our organization have taken that assessment at this point, and our goal is 95%. As all of those 11 leaders, those 12 leaders in enrollment management will come together, review that data, and that will inform trainings and development sessions that will happen through the spring to help us grow and to serve not just our organizational units, but also the university better. So really excited about that piece and to finally get to a point that we've developed this assessment and how it's going to help us move forward. And we can use it every year to benchmark, okay, how are our leaders doing? How are they serving the university? How are they serving their organizations? Are our cultures maximizing the productivity and helping us move forward in the university mission? So really excited about that piece. Also, I cannot speak highly enough about our new Director of Central Advising, Tyler Phelps, as he's rebooted the Committee on Retention efforts. I talked about some micro-retention efforts that we put in place for spring 2021. As he's rebooting the Committee on Retention efforts, he's really looking at putting into practice systemic and systematic change that I know will help us continue on the path to becoming a beacon for student success in the state of Illinois and in the country. And as he's rebooting the Committee on Retention efforts, we have identified as a group 4 major working groups, including working on campus-wide academic support for our students, campus-wide communication efforts to help them move through the steps to enrollment and persistence, alerts, high D, F, and W rates in classes, and student process procedures and procedures for enrollment. So really excited about that group. It's gotten a lot larger as we've kind of, and Tyler is just a huge advocate for collective process and collaborative work across campus, shared governance. He's a big fan of that and believes in it. And so I'm excited to see that work and make a difference on our campus. As community college enrollments continue to decline, we continue to look for new ways to attract new transfer students. EIU established a new transfer agreement with Lakeland College, and I'm particularly excited about this agreement because it's between Lakeland's dental hygiene program and our public health program. Is a perfect match, and that is one of Lakeland's largest programs, and I think it's going to help us see more students with a line of sight enroll at Eastern as those students who are in that dental hygiene program go on to get their bachelor's in public health. EIU will be moving to the common application this year. We've been having an ongoing discussion with President's Council. Really excited about that because it means greater access for our prospective students and our families. It means more convenience and ultimately will result in more applications for our university from qualified students. And so really excited about that move. And we've signed our intent form and we'll be implementing so that next cycle we will have the common application in place. Also, Degree Works went live on January 1st. This project has been in the works for some time, and I'm excited about what it will mean for our students in the future and their ability to plan their academic progression and for the university to better determine course offerings that meet the needs of our students. I really think, it's been a little bit of a tough implementation, but I think over time, this software is really going to prove itself in the way that it assists our students in their academic progress. It's going to be huge. And finally, just my last update, you heard at our last Board of Trustees meeting about Freshman Connection and how these mentors are meeting with their mentees. And as we look at that fall to spring retention, there is no greater shining star than what I'm seeing right now than Freshman Connection, as 97% of those mentors were retained and 90% of the mentees, which is a 5% increase over the average. So that program is working to the point that Jay, the provost, academic affairs, the President's Council has committed to doubling the size of that program. So we'll go from 150 participants and 30 mentors to 300 participants for fall 2021 with 60 mentors. So really excited about that. We're expanding the residential offers from Lawson to Lawson and Taylor. That program has been great this past semester. It's been huge in the midst of a pandemic when students have really needed that connection and support. And I'm excited to double that, even though the logistical aspects are a little overwhelming at this point, doubling the size of that cohort. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it great. So I'm excited about that for fall 21. So that's all I have for my enrollment management update.
Questions
Thanks.
for Josh?
A good report as usual, Josh. We appreciate all the effort. Are there questions for Josh?
Josh, remind me, test scores are not required. Will that come back next year? What are we thinking about test score, ACT, SAT?
So the policy change, as we wrote the proposal into the catalog, we really wrote it as a pilot. And so, while the change is permanent, we basically let the campus community know this is a pilot. The tough thing is we need to know the impact on retention. If we can create access and equity with the test optional process, if we can identify more students who can be successful at Eastern, that's what we want to do. But you've got to implement for 2 cycles to be able to know whether or not it's making a difference. And so as I talk to the chief enrollment managers from across the state, the majority of the institutions will be continuing test optional for next year. And so I will tell you that it is highly likely that we will continue test optional into the next enrollment cycle.
Thank you.
Other questions for Josh? Josh, I have one question to ask you, and that's when I first came here, I was meeting with the admissions counselors, and year after year, as we were getting them prepared to go out and to recruit for EIU, I always asked them, you know, what do you wish we had? What do you wish we had? And every year it was nursing was their response to me. And of course, we now are pleased and proud to have the Galen Richard Lumpkin School of Nursing. How's that affected recruitment for our admission counselors?
It's been excellent. I mean, it's amazing. And I think where we're really going to see a difference is when it comes to yield, because, you know, the conversation is so different when you can tell the student that they're going to have a degree from Eastern Illinois University in nursing if they can successfully complete the program. We couldn't tell them that before. And so I think, you know, we're seeing a difference in applications. I think it's where it's really going to make a difference is as those counselors are having those conversations, even right now, as we're reviewing financial aid packages and we're having that hard conversation, sometimes easy, sometimes hard conversation about cost. That is a difference maker. When the student can see themselves from that start, that freshman orientation to walking across the stage with that bachelor's degree in nursing, that's a big deal. It is going to be a difference maker for us when it comes to yield for those 1,000 applications we get in nursing. I mean, it's a ton. I mean, it's a huge population, and the yield was dismal from year to year. And so it's going to make a big difference. I'm confident. And as we continue to grow the capacity of that program, it's just the potential is just limitless.
Thank you.
What's your estimate? What do you think for next fall? As far as freshmen?
Are you talking about freshman enrollment,
Yes.
overall enrollment? What?
No, freshman enrollment specifically in the nursing program that have, expressed that's going to be their declared major.
You know, gosh, I'd really have to sit down and take
you've got a number. Come on.
you know what?
Yeah, you do.
You caught me. Usually I have a number off the top of my head, and this
That's
is
okay.
This is
I'm just
a question I don't have an answer to right at the moment.
That's fine.
But great question. Something I should have an answer to. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Josh, and thanks for all the,
I was just going to say, clarification, those are going to be pre-nursing students, and as of just before the holiday break, we were about 350 admits. Of course, we don't know what the yield will be. This will be your first experience.
that's a good number. Absolutely. Any other questions for Josh? Thank you, Josh. You do a fantastic job. It's great to work with you. Our next agenda item is one that we had a first reading last meeting. It's the proposed revision to the board regulations 4-J.2-B, and I'll have Laura provide that or initiate that discussion.
Thank you. As Dr. Glassman indicated, this would be our second reading. It is in page 6 of your action items, if you turn to that page. As requested by the board, section 2B would only state appropriations may be used to support the intercollegiate athletic program. So during the board meeting, I'll do the second reading just as that. You can have a discussion and decide whether a vote would be taken. We do recommend that the board approve this revision to the regulation at this time, at this meeting. Are there any questions?
And if you recall, this was really, I think, initiated by the board to look at this possible change, which administration did, so.
Great.
Very good. We'll move on at this time to a new proposal, and this is a proposed revision to the Faculty Senate Constitution. Let me tell you, first of all, a little bit about the process. The Faculty Senate does have a constitution, and if they are interested in making a change, it generally emanates from the Faculty Senate itself. And then if the Faculty Senate, after discussion, votes for approval, then they go out to their constituencies, that is to all of the faculty, for their recommendation or approval to the change in the Constitution. If they agree and the faculty are interested in a change to the Constitution, they present it to the President for the President's review. And the President, if he or she supports the change of the Faculty Senate Constitution, makes the recommendation to the Board of Trustees for approval, and it is the Board of Trustees that is necessary to approve any change in the Faculty Senate Constitution. The change that is being requested has to do with the amount of time a faculty member at EIU needs to serve before becoming a member of the Faculty Senate or serving on Faculty Senate committees. In the original language, as the Constitution stands right now, an individual has to be a faculty member at EIU for approximately 2 years, I believe it is, 4 semesters, before they are eligible to serve on the Faculty Senate or to serve on committees of the Faculty Senate. Because of a number of reasons and justifications, and those have been provided to the trustees in the action item in your book, they have decided that they would like people to be able to participate as a senator or on a committee as they enter EIU, as opposed to wait 2 years. Their justifications to me sound sound, and I recommend that the Board of Trustees approve their request to change or revise their constitution. And I'll be glad to answer any question, or Jay will be able to. In fact, let's have Jay answer any questions that you have relative to this change in the Faculty Senate Constitution.
Are there any questions? It seemed like a reasonable change to me.
What would be best practice, or at least most frequently, what you've seen as you've gone through other institutions? Has there been a time element to serve?
Well, I think over time, historically, every university has its unique culture, its unique sort of governing framework. The notion of sort of a waiting period or an opportunity to learn about the culture is something I've seen in other constitutions, but it's increasingly something that we're seeing changing.
For the same motivation?
As the nature of the faculty work changes, as the nature of shared governance changes, in terms of just, we're asking faculty to do amazing amounts of work, and we have lots of committees, and so anyone who's willing to serve, I think we want to give them a shot to do it, and it certainly will provide some support to our capacity to fulfill the governance requirements and expectations of the faculty.
Additional questions on this topic? Not hearing any. This will become an action item in this afternoon's meeting. The next item on the Executive Planning Committee agenda has to do with a sick leave policy, a temporary COVID-19 paid sick leave policy. And I'll have Laura explain exactly what this proposal is.
Thank you. As you may remember, at the beginning of the pandemic last year, the federal government was able to enact a Family First program to help support employees receive additional benefits during the pandemic due to different COVID-19 situations. Specifically to this, they were given an additional 2 weeks of paid sick leave if they were placed in isolation or quarantine based on COVID-19 contact, if you will. The program was actually broader than what we bring to you today. It also provided a 2-week paid time if they were supporting somebody who had experienced a COVID-19 isolation or quarantine situation. And it also paid for them if their children were unable to attend school. That program itself sunset at the end of December, so that federal benefit went away. It is our intent to bring to you a policy that extends at least part of it to help protect the campus safety and wellness. And the part that we're asking to extend is what we're titled Temporary COVID-19 Emergency Paid Sick Leave Policy. So this policy would only apply to employees who are eligible. You have to work for Eastern for, 30 days before you become eligible. If an employee had not used their benefit last year, their 2-week benefit, we would, under this policy, give them the ability to have 2 weeks paid time off if they themselves have to quarantine or isolate because of COVID-19. So the purpose behind this is really to help incentivize employees so that when they're ill, they actually stay home and they won't have loss in pay. That's a benefit to campus, certainly. Our employees generally have very good benefits. We have extensive sick leave otherwise and vacation pay, but sometimes those are depleted. So this is to allow them the additional 2 weeks without having to use their other time. The actual policy is listed on page 8 within your board book. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the policy itself.
Laura, this is Barb. How does this align with what other universities are doing?
A week and a half ago, the general councils of the public universities had their monthly call, and I can tell you half of them had done something similar to this. Some, like ours, others were broader, extending the whole Family First benefits to their employees. We've taken more of the middle-of-the-road approach to this. Some have not done anything.
Hey, Laura, is this just like a one-time benefit? So once you use it, or is it for semester or per year? Because if I am contact traced and then I use this benefit and say the next time I actually come down with the virus, can I still use the benefit again? How does that work?
Well, it's a 2-week maximum benefit, and if they used it last year during the federal program, they wouldn't have it this year. So it's a 2-week benefit through the life of the pandemic, or at least until this fiscal year is essentially what we're offering.
The fiscal year, okay.
One thing that I forgot to mention, if the board does approve, we would recommend that it would be made retroactive to January 1, which would then provide a continuous coverage for our employees for these events, if you will.
Is there a reason why, if you exhausted the original 2 weeks, you're not eligible for the new 2 weeks?
It mirrors what the federal policy was, what the act was, so that's the reason why. As I stated, our employees have a pretty extensive sick leave policy already. We do have the ability, we also instituted, this is the paid sick leave policy. We instituted in the fall a temporary remote work policy. So if somebody was quarantined and they were able to work remotely, they wouldn't have to use any time for that. So this is in addition to what was already implemented in the fall to help employees deal with the COVID-19 situation.
So once they exhaust this, then they can always use their own sick time, right?
Absolutely.
And then, but do they have to use this one before using their own time? Or does
It's
that?
the employee's choice on whether they, we had a question earlier this week. Somebody asked if it was mandated, like, did they have to use it? And certainly they don't have to use it if they don't want to use it. They can use their other benefits that have more flexibility in how they're used. For instance, this policy has to be used in full day increments and continuous days. So perhaps if somebody is in quarantine, they might not feel bad, but they might feel bad for one day, and then they might want to work a day, and then, or a half a day. And so this policy is a little more firmer than the use of it than our regular, and some employees have stated that they'd rather just use their regular sick leave and vacation policies instead of this.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Chair Bauer, I believe the next item is one that you wanted to address?
Yeah, thank you, President. April is our month to elect new officers for the board and also to appoint new chairs of the committees for the board. So Joyce and I have been talking, and with the president, we'd like to be in a position by the end of March to know what will be presented to the board as far as a recommendation at that April meeting. So expect that Joyce or I will be in touch with each of you to talk about your interests, what options there might be as we look towards those April recommendations. Now, as far as, or also feel free to reach out to us, but for sure, you'll have a contact from us at some point. For the chair, it's a 1-year term. There are no term limits for the chair. So in theory, I could run again for chair. It's been our tradition for the chair to, in recent tradition, I think Joe would say at one point, maybe it was just a 1 year, that the chair has been reelected for a second term. And again, they could be reelected for an unlimited number of terms. I'd like to reassure everybody, I have absolutely no intention of running for a third term as chair. I think the first year is a learning year. The second year, you start to provide maybe more value to the president. And by the third year, it's time for new perspectives. So I don't intend to run for another term as chair. Now, it's also been kind of traditional that when we have selected a vice chair, we do that with the intent or the thinking that they may be then in a good position to run for chair. Joyce Madigan has served as our vice chair. I have had a discussion with Joyce. She is willing, didn't take too much arm twisting, to consider running and being elected to chair to follow me. But again, that would have to occur with an election in April. But we do at least know that Joyce has that interest, which I really appreciate. And I've tried to keep Joyce very involved throughout the last year so that if she is elected, she can start right out of the gate. So we will again be electing officers and appointing chairs at that April meeting. We would intend to have a discussion with each of you ahead of that to have an idea, and we'd like to try to get that confirmed by the end of March for what we would be bringing forward at that April meeting. So with that, I'll stop to see if there are any questions.
I don't really have a question, but I just do want to commend Barb because she's been an excellent mentor and just, as she said, very inclusive, because for a lot of us, we all started as new trustees, and so really appreciate how she has passed on so much information. She's been tremendous.
Thanks, Joyce. It's been great to have a sounding board with you as vice chair, so I appreciate it.
But as Barb said too, we'd appreciate anybody who have questions to, feel free to reach out if you want to instead of waiting for us to contact you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Then President, do we have anything else for our Executive and Planning Committee?
No, that would complete the Executive Planning Committee portion of today's agenda, and we'd be moving on to Finance and Audit.
Okay, Joyce, I'll turn that over to you for Finance and Audit to get started.
Okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Sean and Paul.
Great. I think Paul's going to start with a review of our FY21 budget to date.
Thank you, Sean. You got in an email the line item status report for 2021 through November 30th. I apologize for not getting the December one out, but it was not ready at the time that we distributed this information. It should be shortly, but with the holiday and everything, things got pushed back just a little bit. This is the same report that you've seen before, but the column that I would point you to is the fourth column over, the unobligated balance. We still have about 12 million of the balance, somewhere around 15% of the original budget unobligated. Primarily, that's going to be in the utility area and in the salary area. And the salaries will be summer school and some for the spring as we have to hire additional adjuncts or additional faculty to cover courses during that period of time. The other item, of course, is in utilities. The utilities are a number that we do not attempt to even budget, encumber during the year because of the wide swings in that number. We do set a budget at the beginning of the year, but if we incur more than that, we're certainly going to pay it. If we incur less, we'll certainly benefit from that. And we do monitor it very closely, but it is something that is very hard for us to project. The weather has a significant impact on that number. And then finally, the last, down in the bottom half, the awards, grants, and matching funds. I am a little bit concerned about that number because we've already spent almost 60% through the first semester. Many of those numbers are committed because of the definition of a waiver or a scholarship. And we don't have much decision-making in that number. If somebody qualifies for a scholarship or a match or waiver, they get it. So it is, to some extent, based upon who we recruit. And so that number may go over budget before the end of the year, but we do have some leeway within the rest of the budget. And the other big number on there, compensated absence reserves, those are payouts when people retire. We're still well within that $1 million. We're only at a couple $100,000 at this point in the year. And as we get closer to the end of the year, which is when the bulk of the people retire, end of the fiscal year, we will see that used up some more, but I think we're well within the numbers right now. Any questions?
I was just going to ask, do you feel like EIU is in as good a shape as what it's been in past years, as far as how much of the budget is left for the remaining spring semester, or has there been heavier usage because of the pandemic in the first part of the year?
We are very much in line with where we have been at other points in the year. There are not included in these dollars, there are not very many COVID-related expenses. We've pulled those out and put those against the CARES Act money that we have received. And as we get additional dollars, we will do the same thing as we move forward.
Thanks.
What's the governor said about a potential clawback, and are we holding back any budgeted dollars, anticipating that there may be a 5%? Am I thinking about that right? Haven't I read that there's some guidance around that?
Yeah, we were being quite conservative when we came into this fiscal year, knowing that the difficulties of COVID and so on, and what that might, how that might affect the state, and in protection against any kind of rescission, we did hold back 5% of our appropriation to be added into the budget. There does not appear to be any information or any inkling at this time that there will be a rescission, and so we do have that 5%.
That amounts to about $2 million. It is right now, when you look at this, it is included in the 81 million, but when we actually distributed the monies to the departments, we did not distribute that additional $2 million.
Completely unrelated, but triggered by your comment on utilities. With the settlement on the lawsuit with the Energy Center in the distribution system, there were some things that you felt were critical to take action on to make sure the distribution system was sound. Has that work been done? And am I thinking about that right? There was some real potential for cratering and on the plant.
Yes. We did receive a settlement in the Renewable Energy Center case. We have put that money into a savings account at this point that will only be used for utility-related expenses, expenses related to the Renewable Energy Center. The primary one that we have concern over is the tunnel that carries the steam back from the new plant back to campus. We have done some maintenance on it, but nothing significant at this point. We are watching it closely, and we are concerned still that we could have some problems with that system. but we will have money available to us when something happens.
Great.
The other thing is that we are working on a backup plan with the old steam plant where we can run, there is one boiler in that steam plant that still runs, and that boiler can run the whole campus. So we are in the process of developing that boiler so that we can run as a backup for the campus.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Any additional questions for Paul on our year-to-date? If not, our second item in the Finance and Audit Committee has to do with purchase approvals, and we have one purchase approval for the board this session. Sean?
Thank you, President Glassman. You can find this on page 4.
Sean, is your microphone on?
I think so. Can you hear me? The button's green. Is that better? Maybe I wasn't close enough. You can find the item on page 4 of your book. And it's for CART and VRI services, which these services provide communication, translation, and video interpretation accessibility services for our students with disabilities that include deaf and hard of hearing. The recommended vendor is Alternative Communication Services in Lombard, Illinois. The initial term of the award would be from, is it working or not? Okay, sorry. I'll try to direct my voice more directly into it. Again, the recommended vendor is Alternative Communication Services in Lombard. The initial term would be from July 1 of 21 through June 30, 23, at an hourly cost of $98 an hour for the CART services and $85 an hour for the VRI, with an annual cap at $150,000 not to exceed. The contract also has 2 options for renewal with 2 additional 3-year periods. I'm happy to take any questions regarding this purchase.
Any questions for Sean?
Thank you. Our next topic on the Finance and Audit Committee has to do, there's different terminology that have been used for this same thing. As it's been talked about, when it passed the House, at one point it was called the HEROES Act. Then it was essentially part of a economic stimulus program. And then now it's, some people call it the second CARES Act. There's other terminology for it, but this has to do with new federal dollars that have recently been approved to come to, across the country in many different ways. But what we will be talking about is the funds that are being provided to higher education and specifically to EIU for response to COVID-19. And I think Sean will take us through this. We are certainly grateful to the federal government for providing these funds. They are absolutely necessary for our university and other universities across the country to meet the financial demands that COVID-19 has placed on universities across the country for mitigating the virus. So Sean, you want to take it from here?
Sure, thank you. As President Glassman indicated, the initial federal act, the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act was passed March 27th of 2020, and within that it had several other funding opportunities built within it, of which we received some of the federal grant monies. The Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, or HERF 1, Fund 1, provided the Eastern with $2,250,000 to be used for student aid, so to go directly to support students. as well as another $2.25 million for institutional funds in which we would use for our coronavirus remediation efforts. Also within the CARES Act, we had the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, we would refer to that as GEAR, of which we received $1.16 million, and that would be, again, institutional funds. That did have some requirements as to how the funding could be spent. All of these different funds do have limitations and requirements as to how the funding can be spent, but it's all very helpful. Another grant that we received was Strengthening Institution, also under the CARES Act, which was about $225,000. The library won a grant, also under the CARES Act, of $42,000. Both of those were, I think, going towards providing mobile computing capabilities for our student population. The libraries in particular will provide a loan computer program that the students can check out and use for a period of time and then return. And then lastly, we received another $260,000 for WEIU's use as well. And then in December 27th, 2020, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, it's a mouthful, and what is commonly referred to as CARES Act 2, was passed. And within that, there was the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund 2, or HERF 2. And this was provided additional $2,250,000 for student aid and an additional $5,570,000 in institutional grant monies, which is very welcomed as our coronavirus or our COVID costs and lost revenue to date are tracking at a little bit over $6 million. In total, our institutional monies that we'll receive are at $9.51 million. And so we're very optimistic that as we are accounting for our expenditure and lost revenue to date, and as we were forecasting through the end of the spring semester into summer where our expenses will be, that these additional funds will help make us whole in our efforts to combat the pandemic here at EIU. Happy to take any other questions there.
Sean, when do you anticipate the new monies will arrive?
I believe that the monies will be received, they're on a reimbursement basis, so as we expend monies, we submit the grant for reimbursement. That's typically how the federal grants work. We do not, I don't think we have a date yet as to when we can start submitting for the more recent HERF 2 fund.
Okay. And since this is new, then none of this new money is in the budget that Paul just went through before?
That is correct. That would not be included in that budget.
Okay.
Other questions
like
for
good
Sean?
news.
Oh, go ahead.
Very good.
No, I just said it sounds like good news.
Absolutely, absolutely. To be able to reimburse ourselves for the costs associated for COVID. Obviously, these were costs that were not built into our budget. These were costs that certainly were not identified prior to the pandemic happening. And as I said before, very grateful to the federal government as well as to our state government to assist in helping us in order to navigate through the pandemic. And fortunately for EIU, in how we have spent our money and how we've done things strategically, that we should be able to cover all, if not the majority of costs associated with it. We don't know exactly what will happen in the fall. We're hopeful that the vaccinations will be out and that there will not necessarily be additional COVID expenses to institutions beyond the summer, but the funding that we have in both of these CARES Act, I believe, goes through or to September, and that's it. So any additional costs to institutions, if there isn't additional federal or state monies that come in, are not covered beyond September 2021. But again, very, very grateful. Any other questions for Sean on the CARES Act 2 or HERF 2 or any of the funding? If not, it's 9:30.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good time to take a break because this is also when I need to get off Zoom and go to phone. And Joyce, when we come back, will take over chairing. So why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Excellent.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, I'll be back at, if this clock is correct, at about 9:40.
and reconvene or go back again from break. And the next item for the committees is Academic Affairs and Student Affairs Committee, which is Audrey.
Hi, well, I'm just the MC here, so I think someone is going to give
data on the top majors of our students and their placement rates. I want to thank Bobby Kingree, who's joining us, the Director of Career Services. She pulled this data together for me. We'll show you here the top 11 majors over the last 6 years. August graduates or December graduates. And this data comes from a survey that Career Services does called the Destination Survey, and they work really, really hard. They get a 65% response rate, which is phenomenal, which is really a standard required by their professional association, NACE, National Association of Colleges and Employers. So here is the data for 2015. I'll just let you kind of read it each time we put the slide up. I'll just do a few highlights. In 2015, you can see that the most popular major was General Studies with a 95% placement rate, either through employment or through graduate school. Next slide, please. In 2016, you can see the majors here, accounting, and accounting as well as organizational professional development come into the top 11 majors in 2016. Biological sciences does move out of the top 11 in this year, but you'll see in the next slide it comes back with a very strong placement rate. Next slide, please. In 2017, again, I mentioned biological sciences comes back into the top 11%, or top 11 majors. And elementary education also is in the top 11 with an almost 100% placement rate in 2017. Next slide, please. In 2018, general studies moves back into the most popular major spot. There are 2 majors that have 100% placement rate, and that is marketing as well as organizational and professional development. Next slide, please. In 2019, marketing was clearly the major to have with 100% placement rate in that year. Next slide, please. In 2020, I'm happy to be able to share this data because it's hot off the press. They just finalized all their survey data in the last month. I do want to point out that this is the first placement data during the pandemic. Overall, in 2019, Eastern's placement rate was 91%. It did drop to about 88% in 2020, but still pretty remarkable considering what was going on in our world as students were seeking employment this past spring and fall. On a positive note, 2 of our majors had 100% placement rate, our Human Services Program Administration, as well as elementary education. And then you'll notice communication studies there at the bottom has an asterisk. That's because it is a combination of 4 concentrations. So that is a very quick overview of the top 11 majors over the last 6 years, to give you a sense of how our students are performing when they graduate with a certain degree. And again, Bobby Kingree is joining us from Career Services. I'm sure she'd be available to answer more specific questions, as well as Provost Gatrell. He can certainly tell you more about some of these majors, as I know some of the names have changed with some reorganization of the colleges in the recent years.
With as broad as general studies is, how do they measure placement there in field of study? Or, you know, isn't that what we're saying, placement, if you're a marketing major, into a marketing-related field? How do you do that, general studies?
The general studies program, there's a standard, I was just going to say, Career Center has a standard framework from NACES, and I think Bobby can speak to that as it relates to first destination surveys. Bobby?
Certainly. The first destination survey, the way we determine if somebody has found a full-time position, but also that it is a professional position. Okay. So a marketing major may actually go into something that's more public relations, but if that is a professional position that requires a bachelor's degree or the experience they gain with it, we will include that as a position that we record. Sometimes we have, you know, people in general studies or other students who go home and while they job search, they go back to their part-time high school job. So if we call them and they say that's what they're doing, we do not record that as professional employment. So we use kind of the guidelines of full-time with benefits in the field that they were hoping to get into or a closely related field.
Thank you.
No, I would say the general studies program just yesterday actually proposed a name change, and it'll be interdisciplinary studies going forward.
I think that's a good idea.
Yes, I have a question. I am kind of feeling overwhelmed by all the data. Can you tell me for each major, well, I'd like to see the 2020 slide again, and then if you can, I know it's a difficult year, but for each major, can you tell me the trend?
Can we pull the PowerPoint back up? Thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what did you want to know about each major?
Well, 2020 and the overall trend, because 2020 was an unusual year.
I think our biggest challenge with 2020, of course, was COVID. But what happened with a lot of our students, especially our graduating students, there were some companies that had already given out job offers, and due to the pandemic and all of that panic, they rescinded those offers. So we had students who had something locked in and it was taken away. I think the other challenge in our Office of Career Services was that once our students went home for spring break, and then due to COVID, they couldn't come back, they really disengaged. We did as much outreach as we could to keep them engaged and to help them move things forward, but we simply didn't hear back from many of them. So I think between the job market tanking and the fact that our students were struggling just to finish and to cope with what was happening in the world, I think many of them didn't job search immediately. And we give them 6 months through, you know, graduation and 6 months beyond for most of them. And they were just getting their feet under them and starting that job search process at a later date.
Okay, now thank you for that. And I'm also asking about trends. In other words, are there some majors that seem to be going uphill? Are there others in the top 11 that seem to be going the other direction?
Trends are difficult to watch. Accounting is always strong. Anything dealing with computers and IT, there's a crazy demand for. I think the biggest things our majors can do to stay current and effective is to stay in touch with what's happening in their industries. Construction management, Dr. Cabbage does a fantastic job of having a really strong advisory board that reports back to them, this is where we're going, this is what your students need to know to be competitive. And he's very receptive to that information and including that. Our liberal arts majors get a bad rap in the press that they aren't competitive, but what we hear from many of the employers is that they need those liberal arts majors because they're taught to think and to be critical thinkers, and their writing skills are so strong. The challenge with those students in getting them into the workplace is helping them realize who needs those skills. We do a lot in career services with those students to help them identify the skills they're learning in the classroom and then search on those to find the employers that are seeking them. So at this point, I don't think we have any majors that are not competitive and that there aren't opportunities. It's a preparation aspect so that our students can connect majors to careers and prepare to go after them.
At one point, and this is an old story, we used to hear that because I worked in the College of Education, that elementary education majors were having trouble getting jobs. And the dean would say, well, that's because they don't want to move. And then I would say back, well, maybe not everyone wants to live in Chicago, and we would go back and forth. So what is the placement rate for elementary education majors?
I don't have that exact one in front of me, but what I can tell you is the shortage in education for teachers as well as administrators has made that a booming field over the last at least 3 years. We do still have challenges of students who want to go back to their hometown and teach, but for our education job fairs, we do a small one in the fall and a large one in the spring that we connect with the University of Illinois to host. We have school districts from, I would say, 40 states, including Alaska, who come to recruit our students. Arizona has taken quite a few of them, and last year, Arizona offered the students a compensation package that included paying their relocation costs as well as a $5,000 signing bonus, which we had never seen in education before. So right now, education is hot. We cannot come up with enough students to fill the open positions.
Am I on mute? Excuse me, just a second. No, okay. I understand there is a shortage in special education and in the STEM fields. How about well, okay. There are other fields, not so much, I think. It kind of depends, right?
No, actually, every field is in demand right now. There are so many people retiring and leaving. And then because even the out-of-state programs are coming here, you've got those states that are growing and their school systems are doubling because of all the students. They're struggling to fill positions. And Illinois, there are so many school districts that have open positions right now, still from the beginning of the year, because there are not enough candidates to fill them.
Thank you.
Hey, Bobby, this is Chris. I just want to weigh in on a comment that you said about your liberal arts and those individuals being able to have critical thinking skills and excellent writing skills, and that's so appropriate and so on point, because that's what you look for when I'm in the banking field, and so I feel like as though I can teach anybody banking, but to teach them to have critical thinking and those nuances with excellent writing skills is what you really look for. So I just want to comment on that, on what you said, that comment that you made. I think it was, very appropriate. Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bobby? I want to thank Bobby for being with us today. She does an outstanding job at our Career Center, leading that division. And a couple of things that I learned by looking at the data that it's nice to see it in front of me is one is that there is a pretty strong consistency of those majors that reflect the most enrollment majors that we have on campus. Occasionally another one pops into that top 11, one drops out, but there's a lot of consistency there. Also, when you look at the placement rates seem to vary on the lowest end at about 85% of the students being placed in positions within 6 months, up to 100%. This year we may be at 88% because of COVID and for all the reasons that Bobby mentioned. Last year was 91%. The year before that was 94%. And we're always in that 90+% for all of our majors in general. That's the average. And that is something that we can all be very, very proud of, that the placement of our students ranks among the top for universities, certainly of our peer institutions, and nationally for regional public universities such as EIU. There's a reason behind that, and certainly one is the quality education that we provide. Second is the opportunities that we provide at EIU for them to strengthen their resumes by having extracurricular opportunities and working in labs and going to classrooms and doing visitations and all that takes place in internships. But beyond that is our Career Center itself, in which we have our students participate in the Career Center very early in their academic years. They're not waiting to be seniors before they come into the Career Center to say, hey, I want a job. What should I do? Is that we're bringing our students into the Career Center very early on, even having them go to the work fairs that we have on campus, even though they may not be applying for jobs at that time, just to engage with employers and get that confidence of talking to them and engaging with them. Of course, we do mock interviews and have a number of resume writing workshops and everything that goes along with it. So it's a combination of what they're learning in the classroom, what they're learning outside the classroom, and the leadership that's taking place in the Career Center itself, and also the assistance of the faculty, because EIU has such a strong relationship between faculty and students. Because the students are being taught by faculty, they're not being taught by graduate students at EIU, that they create strong relationships, and our faculty are more than willing to help place with their networks, as well as provide recommendations and letters of recommendations that are meaningful, because they go beyond simply saying, yes, I had a student in a class and they did well. They can talk about the attributes of that individual in a much more specific way, and that provides our students with a greater level of competitive edge as they are applying for jobs. When we have our work fairs, our career fairs on campus, I try to attend each one and talk to the employers myself. And I can tell you that they repeatedly tell me that they love EIU students. They think that they're respectful when they come talk to them. They believe that they're well-versed, that they communicate well, that they're eager, and that they're well prepared to take on the job roles that the industry reps are looking for. And so, again, congratulations to Bobby for her part of that collaborative effort of getting our students not only a great education, but a great career when they leave EIU.
Thank you, and I do want to add just one thing. I appreciate, Dr. Glassman, I really appreciate what you've added to Bobby's and Dr. Authority's reports. It kind of helps me put it into perspective. But something that Bobby said earlier and that Chris commented on is really important, and that is that employers want liberal arts majors for their communication skills and their critical thinking skills. A very recent IBHE plan seems to be, when you look at the overall plan, seems to be promoting a move from away from what we think of as a classical education and more toward a vocational emphasis. And I think we need to somewhat resist that push because of what you just said. Liberal arts provides a strong foundation in critical thinking and communication skills. So I just appreciate your saying that.
Thank you. You know, we have a very, very strong foundation in the liberal arts at EIU, and our foundational classes and so on, our general education classes support that. What we want for our students, and of course there are some students that really want a career-based, pre-professional or professional job, and we have majors that do that, but they are supported by a liberal arts background education to help them as they matriculate. But when a student comes in and says, I want to be interested in the liberal arts, I'm interested in history, I'm interested in political science, I'm interested in sociology, we encourage them to follow their passion. If that's what they're passionate in, we want them to be in there, and they're going to get exactly that type of education that you mentioned and that Chris mentioned, this broad-based critical thinking, being an orator, being a good writer, being a team player, a collaborator, somebody who can evaluate and do research and come to solutions. I mean, big thinkers are important for our society, always have been, always will be. Any other questions for Bobby or for Jay relative to this topic? Well, thank you, Bobby. You do an incredible job. Our next report that we have.
Yes, that's going to be on esports.
And that will be presented today by Dr. Flaherty. Dr. Flaherty?
Thank you, President Glassman. I decided to highlight the esports program this morning for a couple of reasons. One, it is a very new program here at Eastern, just over the last year, and also it's one that in the pandemic has been able to continue to thrive. It's been a good opportunity for students, so I thought it would be a nice one to highlight this morning. In this image here you see is President Glassman and some students, and this photo was taken back on September 14th, which was the ribbon cutting ceremony for the esports arena. My plan is I'm going to show you a few other PowerPoint slides, and then we have a short video of some images of students participating in esports. And then we are fortunate enough to have a couple members from the esports RSO joining us live for some Q&A. So on the website of the Department of Digital Media Technology, esports is described, the enthusiasm behind computer and console gaming is backed by a robust global gaming community which drives more than $43 billion in worldwide revenue annually. Because of its widespread popularity and influence, universities like Eastern are embracing the unique esports audience by creating a dedicated campus space where gaming and gamer enthusiasts can gather and interact as part of a broader student engagement experience. The esports logo that you see on this slide was actually designed by the previous esports president. His name was Theo Lalian, and it's my understanding he was responsible for bringing esports to Eastern through conversations with Josh Norman as a way to kind of recruit a new population of students that might be interested. Next slide, please. So again, the esports arena opened on September 23rd, 2019, and on that day, 300 individuals came into the esports space. During the fall 2019 semester, 4,359 students came into that space over the course of the fall semester. And then, of course, in spring semester, and I apologize, that should say March 13th, 2020, not 21, but the number obviously took a little bit of a hit there because it closed on March 13th, but I think had it not closed, they would have well exceeded what their foot traffic was in the fall. So you can see it's been a very popular space, and they've continued to do esports remotely, not in the actual arena, but remotely. Next slide, please. This image here, it might look blurry, it's not. It's actually a pixel gaming image that they use in their esports promotional materials. The esports registered student organization currently has over 50 members. And during the fiscal year 2020, there were 8 competitive teams, and they competed across both console and computer games. Next slide, please. If you're not familiar with some of the most popular esports games, here is a listing of them. As a parent of teenagers, I recognize a lot of those, and I can tell you that they are very popular indeed. Next slide, please. And this is just, I wanted to highlight an article. Esports Arena was featured in the Campus Recreation publication back in January of 2020. And I do want to thank our Director of Recreation, Sarah Doherty. I know she's on with us too. I pulled out a quote from this article that she had. It said, "We strongly feel that just like any other sport, esports deserves support and a home for our student body." All right, at this point, we've got a very short video, and then we'll have our student panel.
Eastern Illinois Esports prides itself in creating a positive competitive environment for gamers of all different backgrounds, orientations, and identities.
I didn't like going to parties. I don't like going to parties. I don't like a lot of the stuff most college students are interested in. I like playing video games competitively, and I said not only would this be a home for me, it'd be a home for people like me, and there are plenty of them on campus.
Playing on the esports team for the university, I play on 3 different teams, and it's helped me learn to balance practicing for each of my teams and doing my schoolwork, making sure my schoolwork gets done in time for me to practice with my team. And I think it's been a very, very welcoming experience that's helped not only me, but a whole lot of people that play all of these games.
I'm glad that I joined the esports team because I met my greatest friends that I have on this campus here. I really didn't have any friends before I joined the esports team at Eastern, but after joining, I have had some of my best experiences of college in the esports team. Being on the esports team has let me see a lot of other people's perspectives and really opened my mind to a lot of other possibilities and ways to think about stuff more than just video games.
Okay. And we have joining us Ian McCormick, who is an instructor in digital media technology, as well as the advisor, one of the co-advisors to the esports RSO. And I believe we also have a student rep, Devin Craig, on as well.
Hello.
We're trying to pull you up here. There is Ian, and he's wearing his esports jersey.
Oh yeah, we got our official esports jerseys. The students love these things. They're really comfortable and yeah, show off our like EIU pride when we're playing games, so everyone can see who we're representing.
And do we have Devin with us as well?
Yeah, Devin's right here. Oh, he's grabbing his.
Very good. Thank you for joining us, both of you. You were here at our Board of Trustee meeting. Oh, there you go. You got your jersey as your backdrop. I love it. Very good. So I wanted to open this up for Q&A for the trustees. I have a few questions that maybe I might kick us off with. I'm curious, for those who don't play video games, esports, tell us what you'd like us to know about through your experience through esports. I think you're on mute.
Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Should probably unmute my microphone, but I have a competitive edge, but I've never been like super athletic. So like the competitiveness in me found video games as a spotlight for that. So like I joined 3 different teams, and all them 3 teams, we compete against other colleges and other just groups around Illinois and anywhere else. And through the esports, I've been able to find friends. I've been able to curve my competitive edge that I couldn't really fulfill anywhere else. And it's just been a really great experience. I don't think I've done more of a fulfilling thing probably since I've joined the esports, because it's just such a great group of people, and I'm just really happy I joined.
Devin, you mentioned the competitions around other schools in Illinois and elsewhere. Just tell us a little bit like what a competition looks like. Timing of it, is it all remote, online?
For one of my teams, for Super Smash, we went to one tournament before Corona happened, and it was like a whole big ballroom of people, and like groups of 2, 4, etc., just playing the game, practicing, or doing their matches for the tournament. And it was just literally the ballroom at Eastern was full of people. It was that size of that many people in the ballroom. There are so many people that contribute to esports, it's insane.
Ian, as the advisor to RSO, any thoughts about working with the student organization? Reflections on the first year that we've had the RSO in place?
It's been a very positive experience, and yeah, one thing to note is, everyone's been very, very positive. Everyone's been giving 100%. I remember when Dr. Grant, the other faculty advisor, he mentioned that some students want this, and I sort of wrote out a rough timeline of what I think what the club could become, and I was saying by year 3 we should have our own arena, but that was in the first few months. We got our own room to really compete and have as our own, and the number of people who would join our club definitely over more than I ever expected. Everyone involved in this was giving 100%, and it was just very, very positive, and everyone was coming in here with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of support. As for the students, they've been very, very respectful to their fellow students, the fellow teams they're playing. Had couple complaints at the beginning, but after that it was very, very smooth among the members, and just all the students just having a really great time competing in this club, and also they're learning a lot from this. This isn't just this is the club they want to do. They're learning communication skills, leadership skills, teamwork, how to critical thinking and problem solving. These are these games, there's a lot lot goes into them, a lot goes into these teams, and it's like any other team in any other sport, but the people who might not normally play sports, they're getting the same experience and getting a lot of great life lessons.
Thank you both for joining us. I'm happy to open it up for any other questions.
Yeah, just for Ian and Devin, how competitive are we as a team? And then who do you guys, is there a conference that you guys play against or compete against? How does that work?
There are lots and lots of different tournaments going on at any time. I think our League of Legends team is going really, really well. That's one of the games we play. When we went to the Smash, the tournament that Devil was talking about, it's for a game called Smash Brothers. It's a fighting game. We were competing against some of the best people in the country. So we didn't do that well, but we still had a great time. And yeah, we're still getting it, we're still improving. We're doing really well with some games, but I wouldn't say we're like top 10 in the country in anything right now, but we're definitely improving. It's a lot of putting together a really great team and putting together, make sure our team works very cohesively.
Nice. Either one of you are on the play Fortnite?
No.
No Fortnite?
No.
All right, I gotta find somebody that's on the Fortnite group because I need some training because I gotta beat my kids. They punch me every time. So.
Any other questions on esports?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment.
Comment?
In my almost 2 years on the student senate as a senator, we approved probably maybe 30 RSOs in my time. And I honestly do not think there is a single RSO that has been more successful than the esports RSO in that time.
That's good.
And so just because of that, I just wanted to say congratulations to you guys, and the work that you guys are doing is just awesome. And then, yeah, to truly speak to the competitiveness of esports, I'm a young adult. I game as well. I have my own competitive Overwatch team that I play on, and what you get out of it is more than just enjoyment. There's so many different aspects of it. I don't know, it's a truly amazing experience.
Anything else on esports? Okay.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I might add, from my perspective and kind of the history on this, when it was first brought to me, I thought it was interesting, but I wanted to hear more. Being of an older generation and a non-gamer myself, I just wanted to know a little bit more. And what I was encouraged about was that this would be a great recruitment tool, that students want to play games, that there are many of them, that they look for universities that have esports and esports arenas available to them. And I thought, okay, let's invest in this, and let's bring to the students, if that's what they would like to have, an esports arena. But it has become so much more. It's not just a recruitment tool of the university to get students to come to EIU. It's actually a retention tool as well as a bonding and engagement tool for our students. What you've heard from a couple of our students, and the one that's here with us today, has indicated that, they found a place for themselves, and you heard that on the video, that for one student saying, this is the first thing that I have found in which I have gained friendship, at EIU. It has become a community. And of course, the more engaged our students are, and the more they enjoy the living environment that they exist in, that will translate into enjoyment in their classes. It will translate into retaining the students, and for the students to become successful and graduate and go on. And so I've really personally been very pleased with the outcomes just in the short period of time that we've had esports, because it is so much more than just simply, some people out there want to play computer games, so we'll build a place for them to play computer games. It has much more value than that. I really appreciate this initiative. When it came to me, and it came to me by Josh Norman, but of course it started with the students themselves. We talked about it at PC, had a number of discussions on it, and said, let's do it. Let's invest in this. And it's been a wonderful investment with great outcomes for our students.
Yeah, Josh and Mr. President, I just thank you guys for being forward thinking and getting this done. I mean, it was literally probably about 5 or 6 years ago I was on campus for one of our football get-togethers, and we were talking about this. as, before I was on the board, just talking about, how the student population wasn't where we needed it to be. And this is one of the ideas that people brought up, is to say, the popularity of these esports programs across the country. I mean, you watch ESPN, you see it down there, universities competing against each other. So it's fantastic that we've developed this program, and Ian, your work and growing it, just, great job, great work. So hopefully next time I come down there, you'll have my jersey ready for me to purchase, double XL, get one ready for me. I like it. So I'll be looking for that.
And one of the first questions that I had is, why will students come to the esports arena if they're playing, computer games in their residence hall or their apartment or whatever? What will bring them together? And they said, man, you got to bring the right equipment, you got to have the right graphics cards, you got to have the right chairs, the right this, and that camaraderie, and that's all it took, is just to put in the right technology, and they think it's cool as can be, because it's a lot faster than their machine in their residence hall.
Okay, anything else? All right, moving on, our next is on teaching modalities.
Thank you. The next two items are actually sort of related, so I'm going to reverse the order if that's okay. Both of the next items, both teaching modalities as well as the credit, no credit grade option, refer to a series of COVID accommodations that have sort of evolved and emerged as a result of our response to the pandemic, as well as to meet the needs of our students. As many of you know, last spring, the pandemic sort of caught us by surprise, and as part of that, our institutional response, the faculty and students appealed to the administration to identify a strategy to support our students and to make sure they could be as successful as possible. And one of the things we saw across the nation was a real movement towards what's called the credit, no credit grade type. The credit, no credit grade type extension wasn't intended to sort of support our students, allow students who may have been negatively impacted as a result of the transition, the rapid transition and abrupt transition, to be supported and make decisions about what grade type they wanted to deploy. So when we look at the credit, no credit grade type option, the accommodation that was provided in the spring and the summer, as well as in the fall, was really intended to meet the needs of our students. In each term, they've been different. In the spring, it was an abrupt transition. In the fall, it was really the experience of the pandemic, how our students experienced it, how our faculty experienced it, and the challenges of being in quarantine and isolation, and so on. So as I continued to get additional feedback from our students, as well as the faculty, I worked with Faculty Senate, CAA, and other stakeholders to determine what was appropriate and possible, and they decided it was okay that we bring forward a proposal from the administration to modify our credit, no credit policy. To give you a sense about how much of a deviation the credit, no credit option really is from our existing policy, ordinarily credit, no credit grades have to be selected within the first 10 days of a semester. A student has to elect to do that. She or he cannot do it unless they are not eligible to make that selection unless they have sophomore, junior, or senior standing. And then additionally, there's a maximum that is permissible under our degree requirements of 12. We worked with the faculty and the registrar to come up with a framework to waive those criteria for COVID-impacted terms. Each student who selects the or the credit, no credit option actually has on their transcript COVID-impacted term to denote the unique grading style. We also had to work with our colleague provosts across the state and the IAI and other organizations to make sure that licensure agencies would accept the credit, no credit option, and indeed we were able to work with our colleagues in ISB and IBHE across the state. So what I have here is a summary of the credit, no credit distributions. To give you a sense, in the spring we had 25,000 grades issued. We have 28,000 in the fall, and we actually obviously have more students enrolled in the fall historically, so that makes sense. In terms of the number of students who elected, the percentage of overall students who elected to deploy the credit, no credit accommodation, in the spring it was 9.69, 9.7, and it was 10.3 in the fall. And so I think, it was actually a smaller number. I think that I personally anticipated. The percentage of overall grades that were converted to credit, no credit is actually fewer than the percentage of students who elected to seek that accommodation. So I feel really good about where we are. I think we met the needs of the students. We tried to be as responsive as we could in real time to the needs of the students and provide the maximum benefit possible. Because it has been an extraordinary year, obviously. It's not just COVID, it's been economic upheaval, it's been a number of other sort of factors that have impacted the lives of our learners, their families, and of course our faculty as well. So that's the credit, no credit option. Before I proceed to the modalities, are there any questions?
Jay, it's Marty. I have a question. Have we, and I suspect because it's pretty early on in this, we may not have an answer, but do we have any sense of the impact this is having on, employment opportunities? So in other words, are employers looking at this in any particular way? I assume a lot of people are being accommodating around this, but, as it impacts GPA or things like that, from my own perspective, we're now in the process of evaluating, potential law school graduates for employment, and they're encountering a lot of the same things at the law school level, and there's credit, no credit options. And I think it's been challenging for us to figure out some of that as an employer, but I don't know if we're hearing anything, at the bachelor or master's level.
Well, that's actually a great question. That's one of the pieces. When we did this in the spring, we actually developed a FAQ, and we encouraged students to talk to their advisors and specifically reference their career goals, whether that be graduate school or what have you, because that's something that resonated as a concern with me as the CAO, as well as the faculty. I think by and large, the general trend in higher ed has been to accept that COVID-related impacted terms are going to have transcripts that look slightly different than our traditional transcripts. I think that's recognized in graduate schools. The Council of Graduate Schools recognizes credit, no credit, and doesn't see it as necessarily a negative on a transcript given the impact of the pandemic. And some law schools have been very explicit about saying we understand that as students apply to graduate school, they're going to have transcripts that look a little different. On the employment side, I really haven't had any specific feedback or I wish we could ask, Bobby was still here, I could ask her. To date, I haven't had any specific feedback, but I can tell you that went into our planning and our thought processes, which is one of the reasons we asked the students to work with their faculty or advisor or both to determine what would be the most appropriate for them and their goals at Eastern and beyond.
Okay.
I have a sample size of one. Last night, got into a conversation with a professor here, and boy, really difficult conversation around this topic, and felt that, and I don't know that they were necessarily negative. This is something we needed to do to accommodate, but felt that their experience was there was a significant reduction in engagement for those students who chose no credit, or to take it as a, am I using the term right, as a no credit. They really withdrew, and a lack of engagement given they were going to have a grade applied. And that, again, I didn't want to overreact to it, but it was just one person's feedback on their experience. Do you think faculty would say they saw the same thing for those folks who say, I'm not going to take a grade, that level of engagement and learning was impacted?
Well, I think that's a fair observation. That's actually anecdotal information that people have shared with me as well. I think there was some of that, but I think it's also important to realize this was a challenging semester for most learners who ended up in quarantine for 2 weeks, who were contact traced 2 weeks later, and possibly in isolation. It was a challenge for our learners to stay engaged. and we combine that with some of the challenges around modality that we'll talk about next, most of the students signed up for schedules that were face-to-face last spring, and of course that changed, and so their preferred modality may have changed. So I think that's a fair observation. That's one of the reasons that the discussions I had with both CAA and the Faculty Senate was, if we do a future accommodation in a future term, the request really needs to come from the faculty as opposed to the administration. So I've had deep and rich discussions around this issue with Dr. Holly on that issue, the chair of the Faculty Senate. And I mean, it's a reasonable observation. It's something that I always concerned. I mean, the credit, no credit option by default has that built into it in some respects, right? But I do think by not deploying it until after we sort of were in the sort of the deepest tranche, if you will, of the pandemic in the fall, I think hopefully it would have eliminated that sort of perception. But it wasn't until November that option became available.
The professor said that one of the students' parents were calling, trying to get them to reverse it back into, because they were going to get an A. And, but once you declare, you're in, right?
That is true.
I found that interesting that
we had a couple situations like that, and if there's an extraordinary appeal, I mean, I think there were a couple extraordinary appeals, and it really depended on the context.
Just to comment there, Joe, it may be a chicken and egg problem. It's hard to say whether the lower motivation, whether the difficulty with the course caused them to choose the credit, no credit option, or whether credit, no credit then resulted in lower motivation. I think very often if students are having trouble with a course, then they want to move to a credit, no credit option. And it's very understandable during a pandemic that they would have more trouble than anticipated with a course because face-to-face is more supportive of learners. So I'm really glad that Eastern offered that, and I'm glad to know how it turned out. Thank you.
Next slide, please. In terms of the related issue of modality, we presented a slide like this, I think earlier in the semester, to talk about modalities in the fall semester. And one of the things we know about the fall semester versus the spring semester, for those of you who recollect, we had an MOA that was finalized right before the start of the semester. So we had a rapid change in modality across a large number of courses. I want to thank our UPI partners because that MOA really was critical to us promoting stability for the spring semester. Had it not been for their willingness to identify sort of a deadline by which we had to sort of make these decisions, what we see in the spring was modalities were baked in set. When students registered, there was some flexibility as a result of just unique situations, but by and large, the courses students registered for maintained their modality. And when we look at the spring versus the fall, we see roughly the same percentages, slightly more online in the spring than in the fall. And one of the reasons that is because our 1,000 and 2,000 level courses are rather heavy, if you will, with small face-to-face composition courses and speech communication courses. And as you enter the spring semester, you have fewer sections of those. So we see about a 12% decrease in the overall sections semester to semester. That's pretty traditional and standard. So by and large, what our planning priority remained in effect, our face-to-face and hybrid courses. We really wanted to have face-to-face experiences at the lower division, 1,000 and 2,000 level. So our first year and second year, students had access to as many face-to-face opportunities as possible. That's been a planning principle of ours since day one. As a community, it's something the faculty also recognizes is important. I appreciate that. And then, of course, we have online delivery as well. At the 3,000 level and above, which includes a lot of online graduate programs, I might add, as well as a lot of online degree completion programs, we see a slightly different number, but that's a function of the nature of degree completion programs on campus, as well as the number of graduate programs that are 100% remote delivery. So that's an outline of the course modality. I want to once again sort of thank the faculty for their willingness to work with us and get that information in, stabilize the schedule. And I think the feedback has been that that's more stable schedule, predictable schedule is appreciated by our students, and more importantly, appreciated by our faculty too. I mean, it's nice to sort of know what you're going to be doing. So it's been a difficult sort of transition this year for everybody, but I cannot thank the faculty or the students enough. I mean, we have students who have really complex schedules. You wouldn't realize it, but hybrid and face-to-face schedules make for really complex sort of structures in their own personal scheduling. So they've risen to the challenge, and I appreciate them for what they do, as well as the faculty for making it happen. So, any questions about modality?
Jay, can you even give out any kind of prediction or what your thoughts are going to be for fall 2021?
Well, I'm overly optimistic. We're going to be face-to-face, and it's going to look like 2019. Now, the reality is it'll probably look more like 2019 than not. I suspect we will still have, based on my preliminary discussion, some social distancing in effect, but we anticipate larger class sizes based upon what the provosts across the state are talking about. But we'll still have protocols in place. I don't know what they will be. We have to wait for the IBG guidance, but our expectation is we will be predominantly face-to-face.
Good.
And that's been the planning sort of protocol I've asked all of the academic leadership to sort of implement.
I just have a question and this probably be best, I don't know, for Jay or Ann, whoever wants to kind of address it, but I know we had talked about in the fall semester some of the mental health issues that students were having regarding online and their approach to that, and what we were prepared for from a providing those services from the counseling clinic for the students. And I think Ann had said in our last presentation that fatigue hit around that 6 weeks of the semester. Have we learned any lessons as we approach a spring semester moving forward with dealing with the students and maybe professors' mental health as far as we approach the spring, or do we feel more prepared that students kind of understand what they're in for and how to approach it, being more online and dealing with those types of issues?
Well, I know Ann can talk more about the counseling sort of resources that have been added recently, but from the academic side, I really believe that the stabilization of the schedule, the ability of students to work with their advisors to establish a schedule that meets their needs and expectations, even though it may not be ideal, they know going into it sort of what to expect, what the mode of deliveries are, and so on. So that, I think, is a huge, huge benefit. Takes some of the anxiety and uncertainty away. Doesn't mean it's going to be absolutely perfect, but I do believe that having been through the fall semester, some of the anxieties, we at least now know what is sort of happening, right? I don't think any of us had any clue how that experience was what it was going to look like for a student in a classroom or a faculty member, or how we were going to support students exactly. We had an idea how we were going to support students who may have been in quarantine and isolation academically, but now we have a better sense of the mechanics of it. We learned a lot, I think, over the last semester. I can't think, and the faculty were all over it. I mean, they were reaching out to IT to make sure they had the skills, hover cams to do, high flex programs, recordings. I mean, one of the resources we talked about today is, about essentially captioning, which is a purchase piece today. I mean, all these technologies we're building out to support our students in this environment and beyond. So I think we've reduced uncertainty, so hopefully that has been a benefit. Ann, can you speak to the other?
Yeah, a couple of things I'll share, and Michael, you may want to chime in here. One of the cool things that our student government did has put together care packages for students who are in isolation and quarantine, and they get those delivered to them, which I thought was a really cool touch with a nice note. Anything you want to add about that, Michael, from student government?
I really don't have anything to add from that. That was not a project that I was a part of.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, we still have a amount of those. I think we have like 40 or 50 of those.
Yeah.
Just in case if any more students are put into quarantine. So.
Yeah. They were assembled toward the end of the semester, so I think we're good to go to pass those out this semester. Our catering folks will deliver them when they deliver meals. I'm happy to report in our counseling center, we currently have 0 wait lists in the counseling center, which is fabulous. Part of that is helped. We are essentially net 2 with our counselors. We had a counselor that had been out on extended leave, and we hired a new counselor. She started on January 4th, so very pleased with that. And then I think just the fact that just this past week, we've been able to switch, because the county, we've been able to switch from Tier 3 to Tier 1, gives us a little more flexibility. We can increase our group size gatherings from 10 to 25, as well as increase a little bit of flexibility, how students can use the rec center to, do physical activity to increase their mental health. I think that is a benefit. Plus, we've been able to allow students now to sit tables of 4 for dining, whereas at the end of the semester, it was no gathering, and then we had increased to 2. So those are all little things, but, dining together, being able to be physically active, increasing the size of the student organizations, students that can gather, I think are all things that will help improve mental health.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate that.
And may I go on to the last one? The last slide is Senate Joint Resolution 41. This is actually an important piece of sort of a policy and policy initiative because it is an endeavor to focus on equity, access, and high-quality student outcomes. It's a Senate joint resolution designed to look at ways in which we can enhance student success and is built on the sort of foundations or premised upon the success we've observed nationally based upon the experience of Florida and Senate Bill 1720 from 2013. And what the SB 1720 did is it was an initiative designed to make sure that every course a student enrolls in is credit-bearing and permits the learner to make progress towards degree. Because what the assertion was and the observation was that developmental courses, whether they be mathematics or language arts, sometimes, not in all cases, sometimes serve as a barrier to the success of students. They have a financial cost. They delay progress towards degree. And what's the emerging education research at that time was, if you set expectations, students will meet them. And that's the sort of research led to the observation that let's just put all of our learners who graduate from high school in our gateway courses, or come up with other supports that allow them to make progress towards degree, like co-requisites, or new transitional courses in mathematics that meet the requirements for both general education and or basic studies, depending on the program array. So SB 1720 has been successful. They've seen students from underrepresented groups make faster progress towards degree, higher graduation rates, higher retention rates. That means first generation, students of color, and it's really been, I think, an interesting vehicle and an innovative vehicle to promote student success. It's not uncontroversial, I will tell you that, because Eastern does have developmental mathematics courses. We also have a composition program that has historically used a traditional approach. But by 2023, the charge from the state is to identify a new pathway. And I want to bring this to the board to share and to learn about, because Monday we're having our first meeting with the stakeholders to figure out how we're going to chart our pathway forward. And Tim Taylor, one of our own director of writing, was actually on the task force that wrote the recent report that was distributed in partnership with ISB and IBHE. And I think that's all I have. Any questions?
Okay. If, any questions for Jay?
Well, just a comment. I came here from a university that had already eliminated the non-credit option for composition courses and it put mainstreamed, I shouldn't use that term, it's a special ed term, but had placed all students, all incoming students into the regular credit-bearing English courses. And it worked with sufficient support. So I think if this is done carefully, with enough tutoring, with instructors who choose to work with those particular students, it can be very successful. The students are much more motivated knowing that they're going to get credit. So I believe it can work. Any other comments on this?
Okay. Not hearing any other comments or questions, then I'd say we will move forward with the University Advancement and Alumni Relations Committee. And Marty, if you can take over that. Marty, are you there?
Marty may have stepped away for a second.
Okay. Well, when I turn it over to Ken.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The committee report for the University Advancement and Alumni Relations area is three topic areas. The first topic area is I always want to make sure I update colleagues and the board members on the performance of our fundraising program. And so we'll start with that. If we could advance to the next slide. I want to share information about our number of donors through the second quarter. So this is information as of December 31st. And so you can see a little bit of a downward trend in the number of donors compared to the last 3 fiscal years. We're down about 2.8% year over year in the number of donors. Probably COVID is having some influence there. I'd also say we're attempting to try to go up in donors, which is against the national trend in higher ed and in philanthropy in general in terms of overall number of donors. The retention at this point, if we finished our fiscal year right now, we'd be at 17.5%. That is far short of where we need to be. There's a considerable amount of work that we need to do. I estimate that we need to pull in another 1,200 retained donors between now and June 30th to get to the number that would satisfy my personal goals for the program. The bright spot on these two slides is that we are up in new donors year over year by 5.3%, which suggests that some of our initiatives, particularly in our annual fund and our direct mail program, may be yielding results. We want to dive down into the numbers a little bit because we think maybe the athletic spring fling could also have done some lifting for us in the acquisition of new donors, along with the Giving Blue Day that was hosted on Giving Tuesday. So that's the bright spot. I have concerns about retention, and I'm not fond of a downward trend in the total number of donors. Let me make sure anything else from my notes. Oh, the other thing I would note on these two slides, the second slide is that same data. It's how many, it's the donors that we had through Q2 each year, but now it slices them up based on the size of giving that they have contributed. And so always in every year, the vast majority of our donors are in that category of under $1,000. And then you can see that the number of donors decreases as you climb up in the gift size area. And we're down about 2.2% in the donors that are under 1,000. So you can see that almost all of our decline in that 2.8% decline in donors in quarters 1 and 2 are happening in that lower gift category. That makes me feel a little bit better because our major gifts program has to be able to pick up the slack and essentially lead us going forward into the future
And it suggests that our declines aren't in the big group, the big gift categories as much as it's happening in our smaller giving bands. And with that, we'll move to the next slide, which talks about the gifts that have come in, the gift revenue. And here we're down about 33% in gifts in the door. I should preface all of the information I'm sharing, both about donors and about dollars that have come in, are excluding gift in kind. When I run the stats for our performance, I like to exclude gift in kind because first of all, it's somewhat arbitrary. Rarely do we have a gift in kind gift that is a sought gift. It's a gift that comes to us, but it's rarely one that is directly solicited. And so I think the data comparing year to year gets a little cleaner when you pull out the gift in kind. So we're down about 33% here, but I think everybody understands the biggest mover here is the very significant gift that was made last year to the nursing program. So we're about $1 million behind where we were last year at this point, and almost all of that is represented in the large gifts. You know, in the greater than the 25,000 area band, that's where all of our differences lie for the most part in the numbers. So what I'm looking at is that first set of columns, which is in fiscal 18. How did we do? And we're close. We're trying to hold our own with those years. We absolutely don't want to repeat fiscal 19, which was a very challenging year for fundraising. And we are realistic in that we probably cannot post another 6 million year like we had the year with the nursing gift. But if we get there, then that'll be amazing. But I want to move to the next slide that talks about impact and engagement. What impact is describes in broad terms what do the dollars do when they arrive. Of the 1.9 million or so that we've brought in, about 57% of those dollars are going directly to operating. So they're flowing straight into the university to be used in programmatic ways to further the university's mission. About 39% of the 1.9 million has gone into endowed funds, supporting various scholarships or other endowed initiatives in EIU's, in the Foundation's endowment. And about 4% so far of the dollars that have come in have been capital gifts. They've come and been deployed with the university to assist with the capital project. And then on the engagement side, our alumni giving rate already, just through a half of a fiscal year, is at 2.21%. We finished last year at 2.98%, so I believe this will be the first year in a long time that we begin to reverse the alumni giving rate trend that's been downward. I will be amazed if we're not back up into the threes based on where we're already at this year and knowing what we have in the hopper this winter and spring in terms of some additional fundraising campaigns that are likely to draw in more alumni between now and June 30th. And then as I started this fiscal year, I always like to update this board on the broad picture of how our 3 volunteer boards are participating and giving to the university. So through the second quarter, of the 36 volunteer board members, that includes the 7 in this group. I don't count you, Michael. I don't think it'd be fair to try to solicit gifts directly from a student who's busy completing their education and paying tuition. But the other 7 board members, and then the other 29 board members that represent either the foundation board or the alumni board, we're already at a 58% giving rate, and of course we hope to be at 100% by the end of June.
What did we end last year?
I think we were around 93% last year. We were very close. Yeah, there was just a handful. There's about 15 more board members spread across those 3 boards that we'll work on between now and the end of the fiscal year. If you've given already in this fiscal year, nothing would prevent you from giving again. So please keep that in mind. If you're wondering, am I in the 21 or am I in the 15? Just shoot me a note. I'll let you know what gifts have come in during this fiscal year and fill you in. And if you want a status report, happy to respond to each of you individually on that. This dynamic, and we hope at either the April board meeting, but probably more likely at the June board meeting, I'm looking forward to being able to report on the faculty and staff giving rate as we relaunch the faculty staff campaign, which we haven't done in 6 years. So we're looking forward to reviving that initiative and inviting our colleagues on campus to join in the effort to build this culture of philanthropy. And these metrics are very important for representing that. At what rate are the alumni participating? At what rate are the boards participating in giving? At what rate are the employees of the university giving? Because it suggests that the strength of our overall culture of philanthropy is stronger when we see higher giving rates there. Then I want to transition to the second agenda item, which is just an update from our two sister organizations. We'll start with the Alumni Services area, the Alumni Association. We expanded our direct mail footprint during the end of calendar year season. We were out with almost 15,000 solicitations, either under the president's signature or mine. And they're still processing gifts. The U.S. mail has continued to be impacted. So even this week, I believe we were seeing gifts that are being documented as still arriving in December because of the date that was written on the check from the donor. So we're excited by how that has gone. We have some more direct mail campaigns lined up for February, March, and April. And obviously, we'll do another push at the end of the fiscal year to try to strengthen our retention and our recovery rates for donors. The Alumni Association magazine, which those of you who are in person, you've got one at your seat. If you've not received one of these in the mail, please let me know. We'll make sure we get one to you. A very fun issue that blends some nice history of EIU with the 125th anniversary year having just been completed, but also some features of some really dynamic and interesting alumni and graduates. So please enjoy that. We also send that to the families of prospective new students in collaboration with our colleagues in the enrollment management area. We think anytime that we can share positive images of EIU graduates and the great things they're doing in the world, that helps us on the recruiting front as well and fortifies the brand. There's some really good things going on right now in the alumni area, further collaborating with enrollment management on helping to recruit students or get students into our enrollment pipeline, particularly our alums who work in schools or who work at community colleges. And so there's a formal kind of program that Josh coordinates, and we help him identify targets of, there's no better advocate, there's no better advertisement of an EIU education than an enthusiastic alum who's already in an educational setting. And they do such a great job of being ambassadors for us in an informal way. We're just trying to build up more infrastructure around that so that we can give Josh and his division as much help as possible. And it's a bit self-serving, frankly, for us from the advancement perspective, because an alumnus who is engaged in this way by helping to promote and helping to refer students into our pipeline is far more likely to then respond to other invitations to engage, whether that's to make gifts to the university or to serve on advisory boards for various academic majors, or to get involved in the boards of the Alumni Association, the foundation, et cetera. So when in the development world, we talk about time, talent, and treasure, people making gifts of those three things. And this is a great way to offer alumni a chance to make a gift of their time and their talent that doesn't necessarily ask them to reach into their wallet and make a financial commitment just yet. And even a newer edge to this particular approach is working with our Office of Inclusion and Academic Engagement to focus particularly on our minority alumni and how they can be leveraged to present EIU as an option to underrepresented students. And that has just launched, and I believe it's also benefiting from some of the gear funding that came from the state, which is really going to help us. So we look forward to seeing that begin to yield results as well, because again, there's a cadre of very dedicated and vocal and supportive alumni in that population that can really help us strengthen the connection to prospective students. The Alumni Association is happy to share that their assets are at $2.8 million, and I really want to congratulate members of that alumni team because they're also responsible for commencement and had a very interesting challenge in the fall to pull together a virtual commencement for the December graduates, and it went off very well, very high production values, lots of support from our colleagues around the campus in the production of that, but strong kudos to Amber May and Steve Rich in particular for their creativity and their work in putting that together. We've got our fingers crossed for what happens with commencement in May. We're looking at some different options, but knowing that we can deploy a virtual commencement if we need to based on COVID gives us a lot of comfort. Next slide I want to cover is to share just some basic info from the foundation. Some of this is tweaking things I think I shared also in November, but we can officially confirm, and only because I heard it from Paul's lips yesterday at an exec meeting, that based on the audit, the assets of the foundation stand at $101 million north of it, and that is the first time that the assets of the foundation have exceeded 100 million. A very good milestone for the foundation, and you know, a motivator, I think, to how quickly can we get to 150, I think is the way we need to think about that. And that's done through gifts, but it's also done through the great stewardship that the foundation board through the years has deployed as part of managing the investments with the professional advice of the various firms that they've worked with along the way. I'm not sure everybody was aware, but we had some significant repairs that we had to conduct at the Neal Welcome Center. The Neal Welcome Center continues to look great and looks and feels new, but it's an 18-year-old building, and it was time for some roofing work. There were some significant leaks, and we were also having some problems with some of the external fascia, some EIFS material that was leaking. And so through most of December and the big parts of January here, God love them, but the contractor's been working in those conditions to get us a new roof and to install new EIFS materials. We're pretty close. A little bit of sash work left on some of the windows here in February, but otherwise pretty much done. I want to make sure we share that everyone knows that Susan Young is serving as foundation president. Jill Nilsson is the vice president. Gordon Grotto is the treasurer right now. And one of our newest members of the foundation board, Dawn Johnson, is serving as the secretary. And we added Jack Pullen at the meeting in October to the foundation board. Many of you will know Jack because of his long career at EIU working in the Office of Financial Aid. And he is retired. He lives in Brookport, Illinois, but is excited and motivated to be on the foundation board at this time. So I think that's the updates from our two sister organizations. Be happy to answer any questions about advancement, the Alumni Association, or the EIU Foundation.
Hey, Ken, it's PJ. I was on the pilot call last night for the admissions and African-American alumni or minority alumni that were on the call. It was a good time, and a couple people followed up afterwards who were excited about the information they got and are eager to share that with other people. So I think that from what I heard last night, that program sounds like it's definitely going to be successful.
That's great. Thank you.
And what's the retention rate goal? You said currently we're at 17.5%. What was your goal for that?
Chris, I'm very interested in getting our donor retention rate back above 50%. Last year, I think we finished the year at 43%. The year before that was 46%. So again, a trend that's going in the wrong direction, and I want to reverse. So I would have preferred to have been north of 20 at this point in the year so that we could set our sights on getting to 50%. If we can get more than 1,300 new donors this year, and I think we're at 700 and something right now, we need to get above 1,300 to get into that 45 to 50% range. And donor retention is as important in the fundraising world as student retention is in the enrollment management world. That The same theories apply, and the same theories apply in the business world, right? As a banking customer, it's easier to retain a customer than the resources it takes to acquire a customer. And the same is for us, and more so that unless you can steadily retain donors, without strong retention being in place, then you're going to struggle in some of the other areas that are really key, like planned gifts. It's rare that the first gift that a donor makes is a planned gift, where they come and say they've never given anything ever, and all of a sudden they show up to your doorstep and they want to tell you that you're in their will. That can happen, but what happens more often is the donor that gives steadily over a couple of decades realizes, wow, I've been helping the university out all along. What's going to happen when I'm gone? I should make a planned gift. And so by building that repetition, you support some of your other platforms, including your major gifts program and your planned giving program. I can't tell you the number of times that you'll see a donor who makes a significant 5-figure gift, and then you look back through their history, and 15, 20 years ago, they were making $50 gifts, but they just kept at it. And so fine-tuning our approaches to our donors and the ways that we interact and steward them so that they can continue to make gifts each year, it just grows that relationship and helps you with your major giving program and your planned gifts later on. That's why it's important.
Is there a particular decade? I know we've talked about demographics of alumni who give or who there's a lack of giving. But for example, at my current institution, our 80s alumni are the people who we have the hardest time getting to remain engaged and make gifts. So as you talk about never givers, is there an era of people or alumni that struggle with giving? And if so, if there's a way any of us are a part of those decades, is a way that we could be used to leverage those people?
You know, PJ, I have not looked at our data, sliced it that way. So I don't have an answer based on objective data sitting in front of me. What I would say is a thing that you know and everybody I think knows is that it's much harder to cultivate gifts from graduates within the first 5 to 10 years of separation from the university, and that's natural. They're entering their professional careers. They may still be paying student loans, and there's stage of life factors that would suggest they're not going to be strong givers. But I've not looked at any particular age group or decade group, and I think that's a good suggestion. We may particularly dive back into our annual fund vehicles and kind of see if we see some trends from particular years. I know there's institutions that sometimes in a major comprehensive campaign will use graduates of certain decades to compete against each other, like which graduating class can commit the most to the campaign, or which decade of graduates are going to give the most, and so that can become motivating and create some of or drive some of that competitive spirit. But we haven't looked at it cut it across with that metric, PJ, so I'll have to look at that and follow up with you.
Ken, on slide 3, where you have the bar charts and that trend line, where does Giving Tuesday fall into that? And from a total giving for that day, Giving Tuesday, how do we do? How do we fare? Do we meet the goals?
Giving Tuesday, the Giving Blue Day that was led by our colleagues in athletics brought in a little bit more than 80,000, and the vast majority of those gifts were going to fall in that yellow column, not the yellow column, I'm sorry, in the blue column, the gifts that were under 1,000. And so I do think, without having drilled down and segmenting it out, I do think that the Giving Blue Day, their goal was below that 80,000 number. I think they were hoping for 60 or 65. So it was a successful day, and if you consider that they were running that campaign while having their development officer on family medical leave, that made it even more remarkable, because that was other folks in the department jumping in, a graduate assistant that works in that department, and then frankly the coaches who were hitting it pretty hard too. Now, the coaches understand that Giving Blue Day is a great example of enlightened self-interest. If the coaches were out there pushing people to give on Giving Blue Day, they could also steer them to say, why don't, make a gift, and could you direct it to cross-country, or could you direct it to women's soccer? And I don't blame them. I would feel the same way, and our academic deans and our department chairs feel the same way about their direct mail pieces in the fall. But that actually helped, I think, because the coaches knew that they would realize additional gift dollars into their program that they could deploy to make the student-athlete experience better. I think that Giving Blue Day helped us with some of our new donor metrics, which was one of our bright shining stars here in the second quarter.
Thanks, Ken.
You're welcome.
Is it Ken? Did I hear something? Are you fully staffed at the moment, or have you had, are you still, or did you get a replacement?
Well, Joyce asked about staffing, and we have been without a development director in athletics since early October, and now we've learned that that position has become a vacancy, a resignation. And then about a week and a half ago, I lost the development director, Randy Bohannon, who was taking a position of leading the hospital foundation in Edgar County for the Paris Hospital. So I would say we're really down 2 right now, both of them in that gift officer role. I've had some really good strategic conversations with Tom Michael, the director of athletics, about how we can move forward and get those positions filled. So we're going to work hard to do some searches here to get that going. But yeah, right now I'd say we're down 2 gift officers out of a cadre of gift officers that I count to be about 5 or 6 people. So in the middle of COVID, that lessens the impact because it's hard right now for any of our gift officers to truly do the shoe leather travel and personal visits. COVID is really inhibiting us to some degree in that way. But I've been pleased with the amount of 5- and 6-figure gifts that we are still able to cultivate, operating with one hand behind our back because of COVID. So, but being 2 down doesn't help.
Okay.
And I know Tom has had a significant amount of turnover in that development role inside the athletic unit. And that's another thing that we're hoping to address as we look to see how we fill the position.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions regarding the University Advancement and Alumni Relations Committee? My gosh, we're ahead of schedule. You had 10 more minutes of opportunity.
Yes, I do have one comment, Ken. That event, which I'm looking forward to having return once the pandemic is under control. The event it was kind of a recognition of outstanding alumni. I think that does a lot for alumni giving because it promotes pride in the institution. So I'm looking forward to seeing that back again.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Audrey, because we made a decision in the alumni area, and the Alumni Association decided to still select and honor the recipients of those various alumni awards. But one of the most special evenings in the entire calendar year at EIU is that Saturday night on homecoming weekend, when we can gather together and lift up those people in celebration. The stories are so inspiring, and part of the reason they're so inspiring is they continue to hammer on that theme of the amazing experience that those alumni had when they were students, of support from faculty and staff, and the closeness and the family feel of the university. And messaging is a really important device in the development field. And when we can tell stories like that, those stories can inspire giving. So we really have missed out on a cycle of being able to tell those stories. So we're looking for ways, and in fact, this edition of the magazine has a write-up or a feature on each of the recipients, but we're going to look for other ways to do that. And the other thing that I would mention, because you brought it up, Audrey, is we're bracing for a homecoming that will be like no other this coming October. We think that there's a lot of pent-up interest because of the COVID and the amount of isolation people have had from their fellow alumni friends. We think we're going to be swamped for the homecoming next fall, which will be great.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I think that's the end of all the committee reports.
Motion to go into executive session, is that what you're looking for then?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd move that the board convene in executive session to consider personnel matters, collective negotiation matters, and pending, probable, and imminent litigation in the employment of employees as permitted in Section 2C, 1, 2, and 11 of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
Hey, Joe, I love that you did that, but we still have to start the board meeting.
God darn it. Well, I'm blaming it on Joyce.
We weren't ready yet.
This fire.
Well, since we're ahead
Hi,
of Jill.
this is Barb. I'm back on the phone.
Oh. Sorry you heard that, Barb.
What about, okay.
Well, and Joe kind of
I'm
looked at
used
me.
to it, Joe.
Oh, my gosh.
How about a break?
All right, let's start this meeting.
Let's call the board meeting and take the roll call. Judy, you're on for the roll call.
Ms. Bauer?
Here.
Mr. Dively?
Here.
Ms. Edwards?
Here.
Mr. Hicks?
Here.
Ms. Madigan?
Here.
Mr. Perry?
Here.
Mr. Ruhack?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
So we are ready now, Joe, for that motion.
If you need the whole motion again, can we go to executive session?
No.
You need the whole thing, Laura?
No, that's fine. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I need a roll call vote, Judy, to go into executive session.
Mr. Dively?
Yes.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Ms. Madigan?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Bauer?
Yes. Okay, we have a phone number to call for executive session. You might need a little break, so how about if we call that number at 11:30? And if you need the number, please text Laura if you don't have her email with it in. So
Laura, will you just
11:30,
text it to
call
us?
the number for,
PJ, is that?
11:30, call the number for executive session. We'll talk then. Yeah, Audrey's the one I don't see on yet, so give her a minute.
Well, what a pessimistic attitude. Okay. I need to buy one too. I think I'm going to Kansas to buy mine. They have winners over there. Yep. No, I don't want to drive there. They do have winners in Kansas.
Okay, yeah, why don't you?
You know, we are past our 1 o'clock start time and we have a quorum, so I think we'll go ahead and get started if that's okay with everybody. I'm sure Audrey will be joining. Again, we've called the meeting to order previously and had the roll call. So the first item that we'll go into is report from the board chair. And well, there's Audrey. We got her. We just got started, Audrey. So perfect. I want to welcome everybody to our first meeting of January of 2021. We're expecting to have a smooth start to this semester. And I was thinking as I was getting ready for the board meeting that as a start of 2021, sometimes it's easy to focus a lot on the issues and concern. And certainly we have those. But it also is good to think about some of the progress and good things that are happening. For instance, fall semester, the president, your leadership team, the faculty, the students. I think it was very impressive how you all handled COVID. It was like you kept EIU's mission and the success of our students in front of you all the time as you made decisions. It was obvious the students reacted in a positive way. When you look at the number of actual COVID cases that occurred on campus. So to me, that was a wonderful indication of EIU spirit and cooperation. So that's certainly at the top of my list for things to be thankful for and positive about, especially as we go into the spring semester. We anticipate the same level of cooperation and support across all areas of Eastern. So we're anticipating that the spring hopefully will go as smoothly. Certainly with the new testing program that's been introduced, that's another positive where we can test more people and get results back quicker. Another way to help keep our campus safe. Certainly the vaccines are ramping up. So I hope by the time we get to our June meeting that everybody's had an opportunity to get a vaccine. So that's another positive. And then when you back away from just the university environment and think about the broader picture, I think this week, first of all, to have watched what happened in Washington, D.C. with the rioters and the looting at our Capitol was a really bad thing. But the positive to me was to watch this week that peaceful transition of leadership, how good it made you feel about our country and our ability to do that. But it also made me think about our role as a university to foster freedom of speech while at the same time having open debate, but balanced with respect and active listening. And to me, that's a corner of the university environment, cornerstone of the university environment, but also our country. So that's really what I think partially happened this morning with our committee meetings. We had good discussion. We covered a lot of material, had active listening, good questioning. Many of those topics come back in the afternoon for actual formal approval or action in the board meeting, but it's set up in the morning by that good dialogue in our committee meetings. So just a lot to be thankful for as we start into 2021. So now we're ready for board review and action where required. And we'll start off with the committee reports. And again, these are based on the active discussion and good listening and good dialogue and good questioning that occurred during the morning. So the first committee is the Executive and Planning Committee, and I'll report on that. We had an update from Katie Anselman on governmental relations. She talked about how she handles her role as our Springfield liaison. And I've worked personally with Katie. She does a great job. She talked about the lame duck session, a little bit about the criminal reform, the education omnibus, the procurement, all areas that were passed during the lame duck session, and what impact or non-impact they have on the university, on Eastern. She also talked about the fact the new speaker was a former chair of the higher education group, so that she thinks he'll have an excellent background when it comes to university issues. Second item is we got an update on COVID-19 and the actions on campus. Certainly the president indicated his pride in the campus and the student response to the various COVID actions. Generally the same practices will be in place for the spring semester, with the exception of the testing approach to testing, random testing changing. We'll be using the Shield Illinois saliva test developed by the University of Illinois. That testing started this week. It's random testing of 500 people, basically 400 students and 100 employees on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Results are then handled by a lab in Decatur, and at least for the first week, we were getting our results back in 24 hours. So testing, and then the president also talked about our emphasis on contact tracing and what a critical role that is playing. Josh provided an update on enrollment. Spring 2021, it will show an increased spring to spring, a lot being driven by retention from fall to spring. He also talked about looking forward to fall 2021. Although apps are down, we have a smaller pool, admits are flatter up, and particularly we're seeing an increase in our honors students. So that all was a positive. Josh reported that overall for his strategic plan, 94% of plan actions are either completed or in progress. One particular focus has been community college transfers, and he updated us on the work there. Also said we would move to common application in our next cycle. He also talked about freshman connection, which we had heard about at our last board meeting, and the impact that has had on retention, to the point that the plans are to double both the number of mentees that are in the program and mentors to support those mentees. So those were the reports that were in a fair amount of detail. Laura covered the proposed revision to our board regulation, which is an action item for later. Also proposed revision to the faculty senate constitution, which is another action item for later. Also the temporary COVID paid sick leave policy, which is an action item for later. And then I updated the board that in April will be our time to elect officers and also appoint new board chairs, and just reviewed the process that we'll be going through to put that slate together, hopefully by the end of March, for approval where necessary at the April meeting. So those were the items from executive and planning. Joyce, you want to update on finance and audit?
Sure. We had a good report on the year-to-date FY 2021 budget with comparison to actual. Just basically a status report that shows that, where we're at as of November 30th was comparable to other years. We had an update on a purchase item that will be later on reported in more detail. And then we also had a detailed report on the federal economic stimulus programs that affect Eastern. From the First CARE Act, there was significant funds that flowed to Eastern that really were very significant. And then there's going to be some new CARES Act money that will be reimbursement based that will provide about $2.25 million for student aid. And Sean, the number was 5.7 for institutional. I should have clarified it with you when we got done. 5.57. But the monies that already had helped was there was a little bit over $2 million from the First CARE Act for the student aid, $2.5 million institution, about $1.16 million from gear. The library got $42,000, WEIU got $260,000, and then another program was $225,000. So EIU has had some significant help to help offset the extra expenses that incurred from the pandemic. Did I miss anything, Sean? Okay. So I think that was pretty much covers what we discussed in the Finance Committee.
Thanks, Audrey. Any follow-up items anybody wants to point out? Okay, Audrey, you're on next for academic and student affairs.
Okay, first placement rates for highly enrolled programs, and we also talked about really all programs. Dr. Flaherty introduced Bobby Kingery, who reported on placement in full-time professional positions. The year 2020 was difficult due to withdrawal by employers and students, but Career Services has advised students to stay in touch with trends in their fields. Dr. Glassman noted that in typical years, placement rates range from 85 to 100%, even counting less popular majors. He commended Career Services and noted that really the entire campus is involved in the high success rate, placement rate of EIU graduates. Employers are still asking for liberal arts graduates, wanting them for their critical thinking skills and their communication skills. Esports. Dr. Flaherty reported on esports, that is computer and console gaming. In September 2019, EIU opened an esports arena in the student union. And last fall, 4,359 students used it, and the esports RSO had 50 members, which is very high for something new. Esports is important to recruiting and to the kind of bonding that raises retention rates. One last comment by Dr. Flaherty is that in the counseling services, there is a zero waiting list, which is very impressive. Next, Dr. Gatrell reported on 2 responses to COVID-19. Students' use of the credit, non-credit grading option went from 1,381 in spring 2020 to 1,724 in fall 2020. And in terms of percentage of students using it, not so dramatic. It went from 9.69% to 10.28% last fall. And apparently graduate schools are accepting that because, as you know, it's a sign of the times, a response to the pandemic. Dr. Gatrell also commented on teaching modalities. In spring 2020, faculty jumped from face-to-face into remote learning on very short notice. It was complicated, but the faculty rose to the challenge. Eastern has, however, emphasized face-to-face learning for students in their first 2 years. And let's see, one last item, SJR 41 is the Senate Joint Resolution 41 designed to make every university course credit bearing. EIU currently has non-credit courses in math and composition. A committee is working on ways to move to making these courses credit bearing and still have them fulfill their original purpose. Any questions on that?
Anything else for Audrey? Okay, then we're on to university advancement and alumni relations. Marty?
Sure, thanks, Barb. So we had our normal report update from Ken today, starting with our donor activity, continuing our positive trend from last year and working to do that under the challenging circumstances of the pandemic. Some key takeaways there, I think. Our retention rate is at 17.5% through the end of Q2 of the 2021 fiscal year. Our alumni giving rate is currently at 2.21%. So, obviously stressing that, alums who've given in the past to continue to give, and, you have 6 months left to make, or five months left to make that contribution through the end of this fiscal year. So that would be terrific if we could continue to press our advantage there. And then Ken also gave us updates on the Alumni Association and the Foundation, and the Alumni Association and Alumni Services activities, continuing again to push for through direct mail and other solicitations. Again, commendable efforts by Ken and his team to work under the circumstances that they've been put in with the pandemic and the inability to get out to the alumni community on a face-to-face basis. So, kudos on that. With respect to the foundation, so the foundation's total assets after its audit came through at a touch over 100 million, which is the first time that the foundation's assets have exceeded 100 million in its history. So that's terrific news. And we do have I think a foundation update at the end, or foundation meeting at the end of this month. So we'll be, I'll attend that, and then I think there's an alumni association one as well. So looking forward to updates from each of them.
Great, thank you, Marty. Any questions or additional comments there? Okay, that's it for then the committee reports. We'll move into action items. The first is approval of minutes from the November 13th board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? Audrey makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
PJ, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? If not, then Judy, we have a roll call vote.
Mr. Dively,
Yes.
Miss Edwards,
Yes.
Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Miss Madigan, yes, Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack,
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Miss Bauer.
Yes. Have to be quick on that mute and unmute button. Or sometimes I start talking, then I'm afraid I'm still muted, so I have to look down and make sure I'm off. Okay, next we have purchase approvals. We have one item. Sean?
Yes, the purchase item before you today is, as recommended to the Board of Trustees, is for the purchase of CART and VRI services to provide communication, translation, and video interpreting accessibility services for students with disabilities, including deaf and hard of hearing. The recommended vendor is Alternative Communication Services, located in Lombard, Illinois. The initial term of the contract would be from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023, with an hourly rate of $98 an hour for the CART services and $85 per hour for VRI, with an annual not to exceed limit of $150,000. The contract also has 2 options to renew for 2 additional 3-year periods.
And again, we did review this morning also in committee meetings. So do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And do I have a second? Audrey seconds. So any further discussion or questions for Sean? If not, then Judy will do the roll call vote.
Mr. Dively,
Yes.
Miss Edwards,
Yes.
Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Miss Madigan,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Miss Bauer.
Yes. Okay, moving to that item passes then. Moving to the next one, contract renewal and successor agreement. Laura?
Thank you. We reached a tentative agreement with the operating engineers Local 399 through mediation on November 4th, 2020. The agreement is for a 1-year renewal successor agreement with no changes except for wages and compensatory time. The agreement is to have a 1% increase across the board with a one-time $250 signing bonus. This would go back to August 1st of 2020. The estimated cost of this increase to this agreement would be $6,992. It is recommended that the board accept and approve the successor agreement with the operating engineers.
Thank you, Laura. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Audrey did it and PJ second. Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Roll call vote, Judy?
Mr. Dively,
Yes.
Miss Edwards,
Yes.
Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Miss Madigan,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Miss Bauer.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Laura, you've got the next one too, the proposed revisions to the Board of Trustee regulations.
Yes, this is the second reading of a proposed regulation change proposed first by the board itself. It's a proposal to the revision of Board Regulation 4J2B. The reading is that Section 2B will read as follows. State appropriations may be used to support the intercollegiate athletics program, with nothing further in that paragraph. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the revision to this board regulation at this meeting today.
And again, as Lori indicated, this is our second reading, so second time we've had an opportunity to look at this.
Right.
And can I have a motion to approve? Audrey moves it again. Do I have a second?
Second, Chris.
Chris, second. Yep. Thanks, Chris. Is there any further comment, questions, discussion? Okay, Judy, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Dively?
Yes.
Miss Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Miss Madigan?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Miss Bauer?
Yes. Okay, that passes. Now we're on to the proposed revision to Faculty Senate Constitution. President Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bauer. There has been a proposed modification to the Faculty Senate Constitution. This proposal came originally from the Faculty Senate. The current Constitution states that a faculty member must be in at least their fourth semester of appointment at the university to be eligible to run for elected university committee positions and to serve on the Senate. The Faculty Senate proposes to remove the eligibility requirement from the Faculty Senate Constitution so that individuals, faculty members that come to the university or start at the university are eligible to serve on the Senate as well as on Senate standing committees. As policy and procedures take place, this was discussed previously at the Faculty Senate executive meeting. The Faculty Senate then voted this semester to approve the modification to the Constitution that would allow faculty to start serving on Senate and standing committees as soon as they are at EIU. This was then taken to the faculty, and the faculty passed this at a 62% majority vote, and then was brought to the president for his recommendation. I support this recommendation, and the final approval would come from the Board of Trustees, and it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the modification to the Faculty Senate Constitution. And Jay is also here to answer any questions you might have associated with it.
Thank you, President. And we did, again, discuss this in committee this morning and kind of went through the pros and the cons and the logic behind it. So with that, do I have a motion to approve? Audrey, do I have a second?
Second.
EJ, is there any further discussion or comments or questions? Again, I think this is focused on getting more of the faculty involved in leadership positions, so hopefully that's a positive overall. So with that, Judy, a roll call vote.
Yes.
Judy? Did we do the roll call vote already?
No.
Oh. Judy, roll call vote. Sometimes I get going and I forget. It's also a sign of old age. Did I lose Judy?
Maybe now you can hear me.
Yes.
Mr. Dively?
Yes.
Miss Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Miss Madigan?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Miss Bauer?
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Now, Laura, the temporary COVID-19 paid sick leave policy.
Thank you. In response to the pandemic last year, the federal government instituted mandated a sick leave program for every employer in which employees would be provided an additional 2 weeks of paid time if they were affected through an isolation or quarantine situation based on the virus. That federal law sunsetted at the end of December 31 of 2020, and the government has not replaced it. In an effort to promote the health and safety on campus, it is the administration's recommendation that we create this temporary COVID-19 emergency paid sick leave policy to allow those employees who had not exhausted their benefit from last year to continue the eligibility through the remainder of this fiscal year. You have the policy in front of you. It's on page 8 of your board book. It is recommended by the administration that the board approve this temporary COVID paid sick leave policy retroactive to January 1 of 2021.
Thanks, Laura. And again, there was quite a bit of discussion this morning about how this and the normal health plan coverage, how those two work together and eligibility, et cetera. So do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Audrey, second. Who's my second?
Joe.
Joe, great. Thanks, Joe.
Mhm.
Any further discussion or questions? I think overall it looks like a positive for our employee group. So with that, let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Dively,
Yes.
Miss Edwards,
Yes.
Mr. Hicks,
Yes.
Miss Madigan,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Mr. Ruhack,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Miss Bauer.
Yes. Okay, that concludes our action items for this afternoon. Next, the long-awaited report from President Glassman. And I think we're going to hear about the theater arts.
Thank you, Chair Bauer. It's always a pleasure to present to the Board of Trustees and the President's report. As I have done in the past for about the last year now, I have started out this report by thanking our technology professionals who have helped us navigate through the pandemic with having online Board of Trustee meetings. And these professionals come from the union, that is the student union, from ITS, from Doudna, and we could not do this without them. So thank you once again for all of your work in putting this together. It's no easy matter to have this take place. Every time I do a president's report, what I try to present to the trustees is some highlights about what's taking place on our campus that I could showcase to show you the great work that's taking place in our classrooms and outside our classrooms as well. You know, COVID-19 has certainly placed a great many challenges on our academics, and we have rose to the occasion in every way in order to keep the learning to progress for our students here at EIU. But this has taken some navigating and some changes of typical learning experiences. And one of the things that first came up when we started talking about the pandemic is, you know, how are you going to deal with some types of learning and some types of educational programming, such as, just as one example, dealing with the performing arts. You know, when you're not allowed to have an audience, or your audience is limited to 10 people, or even 25, that certainly is a hurdle that we have to maneuver when we're dealing with the theater and we're dealing with the music department, both of those departments, and this is just one example of what's taking place across our campus in order to continue with the excellence of education that EIU is known for. So I just selected one example for you today, and that has to do with our theater arts department and their program, and how they've navigated through the issues of how do you deal with teaching students, acting and directing and so on during the time of a pandemic. How do you put on performances when you can't have live audiences? This is all new for us. We've never had to navigate this before. And of course, at the Doudna, we have a beautiful resourced building for having black box performances and main theater performances, music recitals, music concerts, and all of that had to be altered, to be changed in order that we can deal with the pandemic and keep our students safe. So I'm going to turn it over to Jay to introduce our speakers for today in dealing with how does theater arts take upon the pandemic to provide the best education possible for their students during this period of time. Jay?
Thank you, President Glassman. It's my pleasure to introduce to you today Nick Shaw, who's the chair of the theater program, Ann Tebow, who also directed the show. They're going to share with us a cutting of a play that we streamed. And I think we're going to have a student also join us here, and hopefully they'll be able to introduce us to the student. But I'm especially proud of the work of Dowdna and the entire team. Not only have we overcome the technological sort of challenges, but there's been a real creativity, energy, and commitment to the arts, the performing arts, whether that's music or theater. The innovative stuff the art program has done, the Tarbell has done with Press Play. It's really been an interesting and exciting year, and I cannot thank our faculty or our leadership team or the support folks enough. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nick. Nick, thank you and welcome.
Hi, board and everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to present to you today. This is a cut of our production of The Seagull that we produced this past fall. The Seagull is an Anton Chekhov play written in 1895, and our faculty, Associate Professor Tebow, took that play and did a sort of adaptation of it. And then we turned that adaptation into a filmed version. So we're going to show just a couple of clips from one clip from Act 2 and one clip from Act 4. And then after that, we have a Q&A with two of the actors that you're going to see and Professor Tebow.
Where do you go with your broken heart and soul? And what do you do with the leftover you? And how do you know?
Writer's life must be so beautiful.
I don't see especially beautiful about it. It's an obsession. I'm never quite here, even when I want to be. Even now, I want nothing more than to be real, you know, really talking to you, but in the back of my mind, I don't forget for an instant that an unfinished story is awaiting me. See, my eye falls on that cloud there, which has the shape of a grand piano, and I instantly make a mental note that I have to remember to write a lyric about a cloud floating by that looked like a grand piano. I smell heliotrope and mutter to myself a sickly smell, the color worn by widows. I've got the Scott Joplin ragtime tune running through my head. I mean, I catch an idea in every sentence of yours, but instead of being with you, I'm making these mental notes to lock all these treasures in my brain in case someday they might be useful to me. As soon as I stop working, I rush off to the movies or go fishing in hopes I might find oblivion there, but no. Some subject for a show always comes rolling through my brain like a cannonball. I hear my desk calling, and I have to go back to it to write and write and write again.
You have to get some joy out of it.
Well, there are moments, but as soon as a show opens, it's miserable. It's not what I meant it to be. I made a mistake to write it at all. I'm a failure, once again. Oh, and then of course, the public sees it and says, oh, how fun, such a guilty pleasure, but not a serious playwright. When I'm gone, my gravestone will read, here lies Trigorin, a clever writer, but he wasn't exactly Chekhov.
And the sky was made of amethyst.
I've been pacing the shore of the lake ever since I came back. Oh, what was it? Who said, happy is he who can sit at night under the roof of his home, who has a warm corner in which to take refuge. I am a seagull. And yet, no, Oh, what was I saying? Who said, Turgenev? And he says, and God help all houseless wanderers. So you're an author now, and I'm an actress. We've both been sucked into the whirlpool. Except I can't get any work now. Not even terrible summer stock. I have to go back to the city and start dancing if I want to get my bills paid.
Then don't go, or stay here. Let me take care of you. Let me go with you. I will worship the ground you walk on. I'll take care of you. Nina, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Back to the hotel. I can hear her. Why do you say you worship the ground that I walk on? I should be killed. I'm so tired. If only I could rest. Rest, I am a seagull. No, I am an actress. He's here too. He doesn't believe in the power of art. He used to laugh at my dreams, so little by little I lost all my confidence. I never knew what to do with my hands. I couldn't control my voice. I am a seagull. No, that's not what I meant to say. Do you remember how you shot a seagull once? A strange man comes into a girl's path, and because he's restless, destroys her. It's an idea for a short story. It's not what I meant to say. What was I saying? Oh, the theater. I've changed. Now I'm a real actress, and I act with real joy, and I'm intoxicated by it. And I understand, at last, Kostya, that for us, whether we write or act, it's not the fame and glory that's important. It's the strength to endure. One has to bear the pain, and the other has to have faith. I believe. When I think of my calling, I don't fear the pain of life anymore.
Ann, do you want to take over the Q&A? Would that be okay?
That's absolutely fine, yeah. Thank you so much for having us here. I want to thank President Glassman and the Provost and my chair for really being problem solvers this year. It was really, obviously, for all of us, such a new world. And a lot of my friends who are professors at departments across the country just shut down, just said no to theater. And I think that, I know that we've really transitioned in a way that's not just adapted to what hopefully are temporary circumstances, but we figured out that there's a lot of things we addressed in this semester that are actually skills our theater students really need for the future, and especially because I think this is true of many industries, that the COVID restrictions are going to create new ways to work. Zoom auditions are cheaper. You can see more people across the country. And so this training we've been able to give our students in transitioning is actually going to be really helpful in their careers in the future. But a lot of it comes from my chair as a problem solver, not a hand wringer, and that really enabled me to kind of hit the ground running when we said, how are we going to put on a play safely? Because I really didn't want to get sick either. And so I'm grateful for all the support we got from the president, the provost, our dean and my chair. I want to thank, you saw two amazing student actors. So we shot the film one actor at a time to keep everybody safe. We worked really hard with Eric Davidson to make sure that we were being as safe as possible. And we did one show with masks this semester, and then we did this other show in a more, and so what it was really doing was introducing students to what the experience of shooting on film really is like. And it was also a great collaboration for the theater department and television department, which is something that has been a goal for our department anyway. So we worked with a lot of great film and TV students to give our performance students and our production students an experience of what it's like to create a film. So I want to open it up. If you have any questions for how we put this together or for our actors, I'd love to facilitate that.
This is Barb. That was just awesome. It was wonderful to watch, and what a great experience, kind of inadvertently, that you got into for those students to have to shoot it in that manner and think how it all comes together. So what was the reaction of the students?
Well, let me ask, I'm going to pass this one to Max, because I know initially Max is not a fan of online learning. And so when we were transitioning for the fall, he's a really talented actor. Max, what was your initial reaction? And then how do you feel after the results of it?
Absolutely. My initial reaction was, if I'm going to be completely honest, fear. Just because, as Ann said, I am truly not a fan of online work, but going into it, it was conducted in such a way that was still really inviting in terms of the actual art. And I found it to be not intrusive into the artistic process. So kind of what I mean by that, and I was thinking about this as the clip was playing. Back in 1774, theater was actually banned in the American colonies, but actors of the time still found ways to persist and keep stage acting and keep performance art going through a tough time like that. And I get a strong sense of honor for being able to, in a crisis situation of COVID-19, to be able to persist with our art and be able to put on a full show and do a pretty decent job at it too. Because and that's just a huge, that all goes to the work of Ann Tebow and Nick Shaw and everybody else that was involved with that show. But in the end, to learn, to have that sense, to know that we were able to accomplish that with odds stacked against us, and then to also learn the new skill of learning to act on film, it just seemed like a double whammy of positivity. So I reflect very, very, very positively on the experience of performing in the Seagull. I loved it.
Yeah, I definitely, thank you so much, Max. We had such a great experience together. And I think one thing that was really important, and this came from my leadership, is that we just decided early on that we were not gonna approach our classes with anything but this is an opportunity for artists. Artists create art in the face of challenges. And so this is our current challenge, you're always gonna have them. How are we gonna move forward here? So not, oh, we're gonna do the best we can here, everybody. We're artists, we tackle this head on. How are we gonna do that? And that was on every one of my syllabi and how I approached this project as well. I just want to throw to Haley to answer. This is Haley's first semester at Eastern, incredibly gifted transfer student. So we were thrilled to have her, but it was probably not the introduction she was planning to a brand new school when she signed up in January or February of last year. So do you want to talk briefly about your experience, Ailey?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I can definitely say it was nerve-wracking coming into this situation and the first meeting of seeing all these different faces that I've never met before. But honestly, I wouldn't change anything about it. I really feel that while COVID has been a very scary and negative thing in many people's lives, I really feel like it brought this group together to really try to face the odds and show that we can still create art and in just a super safe way, and just really having it come out as an amazing experience. And it was such a fun way to get to connect with my fellow actors and try to have that connection through a screen, which is really difficult to have, but trying to have it created through there. And then that last 2 weeks or so that we had to then have it in person and feel that connection there while still doing it socially distanced. And it was definitely, like I said, a nerve-wracking experience, but a wonderful one, and definitely will be one of my favorite things I'll remember about here.
Well, kudos to all of you for taking what could have been a very tough, depressing situation and turning it into an outstanding learning experience while creating wonderful art.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations, Ann, to you and Nick, and to the actors, Haley and Max. You know, one of Haley's lines, and I'm paraphrasing, had to do with we have to have the strength to endure, and also have to have faith. And I thought that was just so fitting and so appropriate for, even though when that was written in 2021, I think that's what you all went through to put this together, and I think that's what we're all going through. So congratulations, great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Don't want to keep you any longer. You know we like to keep our audiences happy. So if anyone has any further questions, we can answer those. But otherwise, I really want to thank you for letting us share our art. It really, and you're talking to the actors, but all students built the set. We had professional designers, our faculty designers, and but students built the set. They handled the costumes. They ran the stage management piece of it, and obviously with the safety restrictions, getting one actor in at a time and moving things through. And that was still early in the fall, so we really didn't know how it was transmitted in terms of through touch and all that. So we obviously erred on the side of safety, and that was a huge band of student workers as well as our faculty to come together. So thank you so much for having us, though. We love to share it.
And one final thing I'd like to add is that we had a completely different play planned for the October slot. And we had the rights to it. We were all ready to go. And then we found out that they were not going to allow us to record it. And so in late July, early August, we were scrambling with trying to figure out what other title we could do that we could record and present in this sort of streamed way. So Ann and I had many conversations over the summer trying to figure out what sort of play we could do that would serve the needs of the students, the needs of the university, and still be safe. And that's what we landed on, this adaptation of The Seagull.
Is the play posted to a website, or was it restricted in use where you couldn't allow viewing for an open period of time? Is it available?
I'll tackle that one. Because this production was an adaptation by our faculty member, Ann, we were allowed to record it, and it is still on the EIU Theater website. So if any of you wanted to watch the full 50-minute production, you could go there right now after this meeting and do that. Our other production that we did was a devised piece called Renewal, and that was created by the cast and the director through the rehearsal process. So that, again, there are no rights attached to that one. Our two productions this semester, we do have the rights for, and there's specific streaming rights. So those productions will only be available during a 4 or 5 day window, and we've had to pay for the rights. If you want to watch those productions, you'll have to log on and pay an online ticketing fee of, I think, $7. And then you'll be able to see it, and it'll be on demand for anyone who wants to watch it during that Thursday through Sunday window. But because those were actual plays where we had to get the rights and get the streaming rights for, we have to approach it that way. And then our season next year, we've chosen 4 plays and musicals that we know could be done virtually or in person, depending on what the pandemic looks like next fall and spring. So we're trying really hard to make and plan for things to get better and for the pandemic to go away. But just in case, we don't want to be scrambling at the last minute and trying keep changing our titles as the cheese moves down the field. So that's the plan. But thank you all. Thank you so much, Anne and Haley and Max, for taking time this afternoon. And thank you all, President Glassman and Gatrell and the rest of the board for allowing us to present this for you.
Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciated it. President, back to you. Anything?
I want to thank Nick, Ann, and everybody in the theater department, and Max and Haley who joined us today. I have multiple questions, but I'm going to wait for another day to talk to them about it, because I'm very fascinated about their experience. And also they mentioned that our broadcasting area on campus collaborated with them. You know, our theater faculty and our theater students, you know, they work all on stage to an audience present. And, you know, their technology is in lighting and scenery and things of this nature. But here they had to film it. And they mentioned that, you know, one person was filmed at a time. And so that's very different than the theater when you're facing one another and you're interacting with one another. If you have to give your lines and then step out, or do lines at different periods of time and get them filmed and then to splice it all together into a performance, is just you know, very atypical from what we do what we do generally, traditionally. And so what an incredible experiment that they did, and they did it so well. There was also a theme that kept being brought up, and I want to mention that this theme transcends just the theater department and what's taking place there. And that was the word safety. You heard everybody talk about it, from the chair to the director to the students, everybody talking about we had to do this with safety in mind. And that's been our mantra through the course of the pandemic. And our faculty from across the university, in our departments across the university, they have kept that in mind. You know, we could have a presentation today about what's taking place in laboratories and how they're doing with laboratories and experimentation in laboratories using safety protocol and using social distancing and everything that's gone into it. Plus, I'll finish, anytime I hear someone say that it was a double whammy of positivity in an educational experience, I'm all for it. And Max, thank you for using that, because I'm going to be using it often now. Double whammy of positivity. And with that, I conclude the President's report.
Thank you, President Glassman. And again, thanks to the theater group. Next, we have our reports from our constituencies. And first up, Nor from Student Senate. Do we have? I'm looking, but I don't see her. Are you there? There you are. Yes.
Okay. I was trying to figure out the technology, but I did. Okay. So, hello everybody. Just to introduce myself, I am Noor Kamisani. I am serving as the student body president for student government. So we just started our semester strong, I would say, for student government, because we are having our special elections on January 26th and 25th and 26th. It's going to be online. Last semester, we ended up with people who are coming back from last semester, only 5 senators. Their term is valid until the end of this semester. So we needed more people to maintain the quorum and obviously fill the seats. We started marketing the first week of January before school started. We have people who are interested, but we're still gonna appoint more people after elections. So yeah, the first thing right now, or the thing that we're all focused on right now, is elections and Pantherpalooza. Pantherpalooza is under our student vice president of student affairs, and that is a RSO fair where all these different organizations come and students register for different organizations. That is happening the first week of February. It's going to be again online. This semester we have a lot of plans, events along the lines of mental health awareness, sexual assault awareness, and we're also going to rebuild and organize our student action team. We have a lot of, problem with the press events. We have our one important thing that we're doing this semester is trying to collaborate with a few different universities in Illinois, student governments in Illinois from different universities, and trying to bring in those student body presidents online in a meeting on one platform, talking about different things, how those schools are dealing with COVID, diversity issues, and other issues, how those schools are dealing with those things. That is probably going to happen sometime in March, but we haven't even officially started this. I'm talking about everything. This is a plan. We're going to start our first meetings on January 27th. After that, maybe when I come, I'll have more clear and things that we have achieved already. This is just a plan that I'm sharing with you guys. That's all. If you guys have any questions.
Are there any questions for Nora? It sounds like an ambitious plan. Anything else? Okay, then we will go to Faculty Senate. I believe there, okay. You're on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for being late. I teach at 1 p.m. this semester, and today I'm just returning from the frozen tundra of the intramural fields where my archaeology class spent the last hour throwing spears using an atlatl, a weapon that was invented during the Ice Age. So it's pretty fitting for today. So there you go. And the winners got some, went home with some beef jerky. So they're gonna eat tonight. Faculty Senate had 2 meetings since our last Board of Trustees meeting, and here are some of the highlights. Very happy that the EIU alert siren has been changed from 10:30 a.m. on the first Tuesday of every month to 9:25 a.m. And I want to thank the president and others who helped make that happen. What this essentially means is that there is now one less siren going off during the very popular 9:30 a.m. to 10:45 Tuesday, Thursday teaching block. Faculty Senate and the faculty at large voted to make a change to the Constitution so that faculty can be elected to standing committees and a faculty senate as early as their first year at Eastern. I don't know where this is in the process. You may have very well voted on this today. If you have and approved it, thank you. And if you did not approve it, okay.
We did vote and we did approve it, so
okay.
You're good.
Thank you. I made a pitch at our December Faculty Senate meeting for Eastern to consider moving to a plus-minus grading policy. Now, this wasn't a formal proposal, just an effort to get a conversation going on campus. We had a lively discussion, and if there's going to be any traction with this idea, CAA will eventually have to carry that flag forward. CAA has reached out to me, and I think I'm going to basically give them the same pitch in a few weeks. And I've also lined up something with Student Senate. So they're interested, obviously, in hearing more about this. So I have to look at my calendar, but I think early February, I'm going to talk to Student Senate. I've been, and I guess kind of begs the question why, and not to go too much into it right now, but the real short version is 10 points between grades is just too many. It creates this vast gap between meaningful benchmarks. It devalues material that is presented at the end of the semester. A plus-minus system would encourage learning and make for a better experience. The current system robs students of the opportunity to improve their grades. As it is now, they're basically locked into the grade they're going to get as the semester comes to a close, because there's no way to really get to that next grade. For a lot of students is kind of a bridge too far. And also, it really hurts students that fall short of hitting that next benchmark. So for example, it might be impossible to shoot for the A. And if you fall short of the A, you fall all the way back to a 3.0 with the B, versus a plus-minus system, you'd end up with the B plus and a 3.33. So that's kind of the short of it. I've been working with the chair of the CAA to restructure our grade appeal committees. Right now, there's a grade appeal committee for each college, which means we have 24 faculty and 2 students all on campus on these grade appeal committees. And these grade appeal committees meet maybe once a year in college. And I think several years sometimes pass before they even meet. So CAA and Faculty Senate, we're working together. We think that all grade appeals could be handled easier and more efficiently with just one university-wide grade appeal committee. So just a little house cleaning there with a lot of committees I think that we don't need to have. In terms of guests, our mayor joined us Tuesday and answered questions and updated us on developments in town, and shared thoughts on town-gown relations. It's really nice to have someone so supportive of EIU in that position. And later this semester, Sean Reeder, our new Vice President of Business Affairs, will join us along with our 2 new deans, Dean Bonkessen and Dean Henderson, and also representatives from the naming committee. So that's sort of our guest speaker lineup for the rest of the semester. Finally, faculty, we're all happy, of course, that classes are underway, and I sense a lot of optimism looking ahead to the spring and certainly to our homecoming next fall. I know we're a long way from spring, but I couldn't help thinking about it the other day when there was a bright blue sky and even some birds were chirping, hoping for a short and safe winter and a bright, joyous, and new spring. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there questions? First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of the board to the faculty for all of your support to make fall as safe as it could possibly be for both faculty and students and everybody else on campus. So please extend our thanks to your faculty group. Second, just my education, how does the grade appeal committee process work? I mean, what do they do?
So that's a highly technical answer, of which I did read the, the IGP on that, but it gets pretty, so, all right, so.
You can give me a simplified form.
Okay, my understanding is that obviously grade appeals try to get resolved at the department level. This is why there's hardly ever any college grade appeals. That means it couldn't be handled at the department level with the professor. So if it goes rarely beyond there, then I think the student makes an appeal to the college dean, who then kind of activates their grade appeal committee, who then weighs in on it. And I think that's usually where it ends. I don't know where it would go from there, maybe to maybe to our provost. I wish I knew the answer to that. But again, I think the college grade appeal, it's incredibly rare from what I understand. Maybe on campus there's 3 a year, but I think that's might be overestimating it.
Yes, ordinarily, the grade appeal does stop at the informal stage at the department and/or through a discussion with the instructor and the department chair. And the formal process actually ends at the dean, although occasionally a few do trickle into the Office of Academic Affairs. But the current process ends with the dean.
Thanks, Joe. Thank you. That was for my education. Other questions, comments for Don? Okay, thank you very much. Next topic then is summary of purchases, 100,000 to less than 250,000. Sean?
We do not currently have any purchases in this category to present today.
Thank you. 2021 deposit and investment report, Paul.
The document on page 12 of your book is through December 31st of 2020. Our cash position still is favorable, and we are still getting receipts from the state of Illinois on a fairly regular basis. So it is not falling back as what some people might have thought.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Jay, you're next with the financial aid program report.
Thank you. As item E provides an overview of the financial aid programs report, we produce this annually. We look at a year-over-year comparison. As you can see, by and large, the total aid distributed has been relatively flat, as well as the percentage received by each recipient. But I do want to draw your attention to the sources of aid, and I can't emphasize enough how important the AIM High program has been to our students and how appreciative we are to the state for that support. This year, for example, we've seen a 20% increase in the overall support through the AIM, through state resources. That is primarily a combination of both gear funding as well as the AIM High program. What that has allowed our students to do is it results in an increase in the total grants and scholarships and waivers across the board, which means fewer loans, and that's a huge win for our students. So this is a really exciting and interesting report to see. And quite often we just look at them and they're just another spreadsheet. But there's a lot of important information in this report that I think is special, and I can't thank the state enough for their continued support of Eastern and our students.
Yeah, it was great to see that bump in state support. That was exciting. Other questions for Jay? Questions, comments, observations? Okay, thank you, Jay. University highlights, President, anything to report there?
Thank you, Chair Bauer. The university highlights for the period of time between our last meeting with the board is on pages 16 and 17. It's a small summary of those highlights and activities that have taken place on campus. There's just a couple of them I'd like to point out. First one that I'd like to point out has to do with EIU being awarded approximately $1 million from the Illinois Innovation Network Hub. This is part of a large-scale across the state of Illinois, essentially a partnership with the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, with the Discovery Park that's up in Chicago, branching off into hubs throughout the state, of which EIU is one hub member. There has been a few awards made for assistance to universities that are putting hubs together, and we are in that first selection group to be selected to do so. This will take place over in our Sincere building, which is right next to our renewable energy plant, and there will be an expansion of that building that will house the mechanisms and the personnel and discussion areas, conference rooms, and so on that will take place related to our hub. The other highlight I'd like to mention is that last May, because we transitioned so quickly to remote last March, we did not have a commencement for our students in last May. I made a small little video recognizing our students and congratulating them. And it was my hope, which was just a hope, that we would be able to have an in-person commencement in December, last month. And of course, we are nowhere near the end of the pandemic, and that wasn't possible. But what we did, rally together and had 4 separate remote commencement ceremonies for all of the 4 colleges, in which the President's Council, many of the members were there to present. We videotaped it and then also put a streaming list of all the names that were graduating in that particular college and their accolades and honors that they have received. We had student speakers there, and it was, under the circumstances, a very, very nice ceremony. I'm glad that we could be able to do that. And we certainly do welcome our students once we can go back in person for graduation. All of our students from last May that graduated last month, and those that graduated in May, we're still looking to see if this May, if we could have an in-person graduation and what that would look like. It seems like if we could do it, and I can't make any promises, we're looking at O'Brien Stadium as a possible outside venue. But there's a lot to go in discussions, and we'll have to see where we are relative to the pandemic. But we know that after working for 4 or 5 years on their degrees, and a couple of years for their graduate degrees, it is a special ceremony. And I'm very sensitive to it, and want to be able to provide that type of experience for our students who have worked so hard, and also for our staff and our faculty who enjoy attending these celebrations to see the product of their great work in the classroom and outside the classroom. So maybe I'm going to start getting comments from people, are we going to have it, are we going to have it? But I thought I would say that now, that we hope that we could do something, but it may not be until next, December, before all the vaccines have gone out and we'll be able to have a commencement. So that's the highlights that I wanted to mention, and that's the end of the University Highlights report.
Thank you, President. Is there a day, just in case we could do something in May? Is it the first Saturday in May, or do you even have it?
I believe it's May 9th.
May 9th?
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put it on my calendar. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for the President?
President Glassman, do you think the lifting of the travel ban will see a material effect on international enrollment that has been pressured over the last few years? I mean, do you think that or will it be a long time in recovery? Do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, I do have a pretty good sense of it, and we certainly follow it with our applications and admits of international students. This certainly will generate a catalyst for international students to come back to the United States for education. I don't think you're going to see the influx that we did originally, because there's a lot of places around the world that are building their own areas of academia for international students, particularly in Europe, in Australia, in other areas of the world. So the competition is getting greater for international students. But the United States has an extremely wonderful, terrific brand of academics, and we expect that that's going to take place. Our applications are starting to go up, again, in international student interest. They went up last year, and we think that this is going to continue. I don't think it's going to be a light switch where all of a sudden you're going to see back to our 450 student model that we had a couple of years ago, maybe 4 years ago or so. But I think you're going to see an increase of international students, not just in the United States, but at EIU. So I'm excited about that. And I know that when we talk to our international students, they're excited about that as well.
Great. President Glassman, just a correction, May 8th, not May 9th, is the commencement date. Sorry, I misspoke earlier.
I appreciate that, but it's still up in the air.
Right. Understood. Anything else for the president? Any other matters to come before the board? And not hearing any. We didn't have any requests for public comment. So with that, I think our January board meeting can be adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you,
President, keep us posted on how the semester goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.